All rise.
Tot zit dan kamp.
The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Please be seated. Madam Court Officer, please call the case.
Good morning, Your Honors. This is case KSC BC 2020-06, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Veseli, Recep Salimi, and Jakub Kresnici.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I note that the accused are present in court today, except with the exception of Mr. Kresnici, who joins today by today's hearing by video link. We will now start hearing the evidence of prosecution witness W02144. Madam Court Officer, please bring the witness in. Good morning, witness. The court usher will now provide you with the text of a solemn declaration, which you are asked to take pursuant to Rule 141 of our rules. Please read it aloud.
Conscious of the significance of my testimony and my legal responsibility, I solemnly declare that I will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and that I shall not withhold anything which has come to my knowledge.
Thank you. You can be seated now. Witness, today we will start your testimony, which is expected to last approximately 8.5 hours. As you may know, the prosecution will ask you questions first, and then the defense has the opportunity to ask questions, and members of the panel may also have questions for you. The prosecution's estimate for your examination is 1 hour. The defense estimates that it will need 7.5 hours. For each estimate, we hope that the counsel will be judicious in their use of their time, and the panel may allow redirect questions from the prosecution if conditions for it are met. Witness, please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question or tell them you don't understand and they will clarify. Also, please try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of facts and circumstances that you will be asked about. In the event you are asked by the SBO to attest to some corrections made regarding your statements, you are reminded to confirm on the record that the written statements, as corrected by the list of corrections, accurately reflects your declaration. Please also speak into the microphones and wait 5 seconds before answering a question and speak at a slow pace so that the interpreters can catch up. During the next days while you are giving evidence in court, you are not allowed to discuss with anyone the content of your testimony outside of the courtroom. If any person asks you questions outside the court about your testimony, please let us know. Please stop talking if I ask you to do so or if I raise my hand, as these indications mean that I need to give you an instruction. If you feel the need to take breaks, please make an indication and we will accommodate you. So you know our schedule. We will meet now until 10 o'clock, take a short break, maybe 15 minutes at that time, and then go on until 11, at which time we have a morning break of a half hour, then an hour and a half more after that break, and then a lunch break of an hour and a half, and we will finish at 4:30 this afternoon. So we begin first with the prosecution. They're seated to your left. Please give them your attention. You have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Your Honors. Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Your Honors. Good morning, witness. My name is John Capon, and I'm going to be asking you questions today on behalf of the Specialist Prosecutor's Office. Please tell the court your name,
My name is Jan Kickert.
and please tell the court what is your date of birth and your place of birth.
I'm born on the 19th of September 1964 in Bangkok, Thailand.
What is your nationality, sir?
Austrian.
How are you employed?
I'm employed by the Austrian Ministry for European and International Affairs
In what capacity?
as a diplomat.
Did you give a statement, sir, in January of 2020 to the SPO?
Yes, I did.
I'd like to ask the Madam Court Officer, please, to pull up 075993-076009, which is English, side by side with its Albanian translation bearing the same numbers. I see. Do you recognize the document on the screen in front of you, sir, the English version being to the right?
Yes, I do.
Is that the first page of a statement you gave to the SPO in January of 2020?
Yes, it is.
And if we could go, Madam Court Officer, please, to the last page of the document, which is 076009, and show the witness the signature block. And did you sign that on the date indicated on the document on the screen in front of you, sir?
Yes, I did.
And did you review the document before you signed it?
Yes, I did, and there were some changes made, but I still found also after that some little mistakes.
Thank you for that. Did you also previously give evidence before the ICTY in the case of Fatmir, Limai, and others?
Yes, I did.
Madam Court Officer, would you please pull up IT-03-66, T634 to T666, and the specific portion of that transcript showing this witness's testimony begins at 657. Sir, can you please confirm, I'm sorry. Can you please confirm that the document, page 657 in front of you, is the, I think, Madam Court Officer, we need to go down a bit until the witness, there we go. Is this the first page of your testimony in the Limai case before the ICTY, sir?
Yes, it is.
Madam Court Officer, can you also please bring up IT 03-66 T667 to T767? Can you scroll down, please, a little bit so we see where the witness enters, makes his first statement? I think it's maybe the following page. Can we go down one more page, please? There we go. Is this the continuation of your testimony in that same matter, sir?
Yes, it is.
And did you have an opportunity to review both your SPO statement that we looked at a moment ago and the 2 volumes of your Limai case earlier this month?
Yes, I was made available this transcript, which I haven't seen after I made this witness statement.
And do you recall meeting with me and a colleague about 10 days ago?
Yes, indeed.
And when we met, were you given an opportunity to provide clarifications and corrections to the various statements we've looked at this morning?
Yes, I was given this opportunity.
And did you in fact provide clarifications or changes?
Yes, I did give some clarifications.
And do you recall that these were reduced to a note which I read back to you?
Yes, you read back to me, but I haven't signed it or reviewed it in this sense.
I understand. Your Honor, the preparation note reflecting these changes is ERN 121-121-121-128 redacted. Subject to the correction, sir, that you made to your prior statements, is the information that you provided in those statements accurate and truthful to the best of your knowledge and belief?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
And subject to those same corrections, does the information accurately reflect what you would say if you were examined today in this court on the same topics?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Mr. President, the SPO moves for admission of the witness's 2 prior statements and 15 associated exhibits, the relevant ERNs of which are set out in our 22 May 2024 email and Annex 1 to Preparation Note 1, which again I'll repeat for the record is 121-121-128 revised. I would note, Your Honor, that the associated exhibit listed as number 10 has already been admitted as P00836. And in addition, we would note that for associated exhibit number 1, there's an Albanian version bearing ERN P00480.0 or .0. And we would also tender the note for admission at this time, Your Honor.
Any objection?
Subject to the previously articulated Rule 154 objections, we have no objection. I just wanted to note for the court officer that it's the redacted prep note 1 and not the original prep note 1. Thank you.
So it would be RED, revised, is that correct?
It's RED revised, thank you. I think I omitted the RED, and I appreciate the correction.
All right, 075993 to 076009 in the English and Albanian is admitted. IT 0366 T634 to T636 beginning at 657 is admitted. IT 0366 T667 to T767 is admitted. The note bearing ERN 121-121 to 121-128 RED, REV, is admitted except 10, which has already been admitted, and the associated exhibits. In the interest of some expediency, we will, the court officer will send around the list of exhibit numbers for all of these documents. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, through inter-parties communication, the parties have agreed to a summary of this witness's now admitted Rule 154 statements, which we provided to the panel, defense, and victims counsel on 23 May. With the court's leave, I'd like to read that summary now.
Yes, go ahead.
From late 1997 until March 1999, Jan Kickert served in Belgrade as an Austrian diplomat. Beginning in early 1998, he traveled to Kosovo occasionally to meet with party leaders, internationals, and others. Kickert's trips to Kosovo became more frequent in the latter half of 1998 after he was instructed to establish contact with KLA leadership to engage them in the political process. To that end, he participated in several meetings with general staff members, including Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Veseli, Jakub Krasniqi, and Recep Salimi. In July 1998, Kickert met with Hashim Thaçi and Kadri Veseli, and separately with Jakub Krasniqi. In January 1999, Kickert attended meetings with Jakub Krasniqi and other KLA members to negotiate the release of Serbian soldiers. Kickert observed negotiations during and after the Rambouillet Peace Conference, interacting with KLA leadership, including Hashim Thaçi. In March 1999, Kickert attended a meeting to discuss the Rambouillet Agreement with KLA leaders, including Recep Salimi and Jakub Krasniqi. From mid-1999 through the end of that year, in his capacity as political advisor to UNMIK, Kickert drafted and reviewed reports describing the situation in Kosovo, the KLA leadership, and the situation of minorities. And that, Your Honor, is the summary.
You may proceed with your direct.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Kickert, in your SPO statement, paragraph 29, you stated that in 1998 and 1999, Mr. Thaçi would contact you via satellite phone. Do you recall that?
It was my assumption that he would contact me with satellite phone. He was reaching me on my cell phone, and I assumed that he would use a satellite phone because the coverage of cell phone in Kosovo was not given throughout.
Were you able to tell by what you saw on your cell phone incoming that it was a satellite phone?
No.
Are you aware of other KLA members during your time in Kosovo using satellite phones?
Well, we were using satellite phones ourselves as diplomats. It was also a security precaution because the cell phone coverage was not there. There was one instance when we visited Klečka that I used the cell phone, not the cell phone, the satellite phone, to show that I'm okay, and then a KLA soldier asked if he could use it, and I gave him the permission to use it.
And when he used it, did you observe, did he have any technical difficulty in using the satellite phone?
Well, it's not rocket science. Once it's set up, it's using like a normal telephone, because I was setting it up.
Is it exactly the same as using a cell phone, or is there some difference between using a satellite phone and using a cell phone to place a call?
To place a call, it's like a regular phone. The only difference is that you have to set it up and put the satellite so that you can get a connection.
Okay. In your prior statements, including your SPO interview, Mr. Kickert, you describe a meeting with Jakub Krasniqi on 30 July 1999 in Klečka. I'm going to ask you to look at a document you reviewed when you and I met recently. And Madam Court Officer, could I ask you to please pull up U015-8743 to U015-8935-ET revised?
Whilst that's being pulled up, I think it's 1998, not 1999, just for the record.
Thank you. I was corrected by Defense Counsel Mr. Kickert that the meeting in question was, in fact, 30 July 1998, and I misspoke. Is that correct?
That's absolutely correct. Thank you for the correction.
Madam Court Officer, I see. Could we please go to page 8842, and if possible, continue on to 8843, although it may have to be done in two segments. If we could go up 2 more pages, please. There we are. Do you recall reading a portion of the document in front of you when you and I met about 10 days ago, Mr. Kickert? And I would direct your attention to orient you, the passage appearing under the caption, "The Enemy Offensive and the International Factor," addresses events in July 1998, and you'll see your name on about line 7, along with a David Slinn. Do you see that?
Yes, I do see it, but you had not given me the cover of which book it came from. Now I understand which book it's from.
So you're saying that when you and I met, the only thing I showed you was the passage in front of you and a portion of the next page?
Correct.
And did you in fact read the passage beginning on about line 7 with, "In order to achieve this, David Slinn and Jan Kickert traveled to Kosovo on 31 July 1998? Did you read that through the end of the paragraph on the following page? If, Madam Court Officer, to orient the witness, could we go to page 8843?
I think I'm seeing it.
And did you read what's at the top of that page?
Yes, I did.
And does the passage accurately reflect the meeting you had with Mr. Krasniqi on 30 July 1998?
Yes, almost more or less. I think what I found out in difference to my own report was the conditions to engage differed a bit what was written in that book and what I have written in my report.
You're talking about the 3 conditions set forth, beginning on the previous page and ending with removal of all roadblocks, withdrawal of police and army forces, and that talks be held in a neutral country?
Correct.
Your Honor, the SPO would tender U015-8743 to U015-8935, specifically pages U015-8842 to 8843, as a public exhibit.
Any objection?
There's no objection to those 2 pages. I understand that's all that's being tendered at the moment. Is that?
That's correct.
Yeah.
No objection.
No other objection heard. U015-8743 to U015-8935, pages 8842 to 8843 is admitted. Please assign an exhibit number.
Your Honors, that will become Exhibit P1227, and it's classified as public.
You may proceed.
Mr. Kickert, in your SPO statement, you describe a series of meetings in July of 1998 with Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Vaseli, and Jakub Krasniqi, and others. What was your goal in arranging those meetings?
Our goal was to identify a person in the KLA who would be able to get involved in the political process and speak authoritatively in the name of the KLA.
Was it part of your goal to gather information on the KLA's military structure?
No,
Did you have any expertise in military matters at that time?
never had any.
Before attending the first of those meetings in July of 1998, what information did you have on the structure of the KLA, if any?
Well, we were all in the dark about the KLA. At the same time, we understood that we had to engage them to come to a peaceful settlement. So we got any information, tried to get any information which was possible. We had sources with journalists, or public information in the media. And then, of course, my Secretary General Albaran took the decision that we should get into direct contact with KLA representatives.
And these sources of information you described, the media members and others, did you know what their basis was for information about the KLA?
They even went out themselves. There were articles about the KLA in Kosovo Albanian newspapers, and then later on even interviews. But it was, for me, also interesting to talk to them to off record to get a bit of their feeling.
So my question is, did you know what empirical information their feeling was based on?
Not necessarily. I mean, there were a lot of rumors going around and exchanges. The more you heard the same thing, the more you believed in it.
I'm going to move on to January 1999. In your SPO statement in paragraphs 53 and 54, you discuss your involvement in efforts in that month to secure the release of Serbian soldiers who had been taken prisoner by the ALA. And you state that you negotiated with Jakub Krasniqi and other members of the KLA staff. I'd like to show another document which you reviewed when you and I first met. Madam Court Officer, could you please bring up P1091 ET? And we're going to page number ending in 1063, please. Okay, sir, I'm going to direct your attention. The page in front of you is, for the record, SPOE 00231063. Starting below the number 26 in the upper middle of the page, do you remember reviewing a portion of this page? And I'll direct your attention specifically to the sentence beginning at the meeting on the international side where the American ambassador, et cetera.
Yeah, that bit I can remember, yes.
And I'm going to ask you if you need to read it again to yourself. The rest of that page ending with the next paragraph, the countries which we represent.
Yes.
Do you recognize that, sir, as a description of a meeting that you attended?
Yes, I attended it, but I was not negotiating. As you insinuated, I was there present. It was the ambassadors Hill and Petrich who did the talking.
And was the date of that meeting on or about 11 January 1999?
I believe so, yes.
And in addition to Ambassadors Hill and Petrich and yourself, were there other diplomats present?
As it is written here, Tina Kaidano from the U.S. mission. She was the right-hand woman of Ambassador Hill.
And is the excerpt in front of you an accurate description of that meeting?
Yes.
Did the meeting, in fact, last several hours?
Yes, it was a lengthy meeting.
Do you remember any particular reasons why it lasted, why it was lengthy?
Because I don't think that they were able to take a decision on the spot.
Were there interruptions during the meeting?
I believe so.
For what purpose?
Probably to consult.
Who's consulting with whom in that sentence?
The Kosovo Albanian representatives at the meeting consult with others. This was not uncommon in our whole engagement with the KLA. There was not a personality who could take a decision on its own. It was more, in our feeling, a collective decision-making.
During these breaks for consultation, what did you and Ambassador Petrich do? Did you consult with somebody? Or contact anybody not in the room?
We might have been in touch with the Kosovo Verification Mission because the deputy head of the mission, Dominique Keller, was the contact person to the Serbian side.
If I have one moment, Your Honor.
Interpreters note the speakers are kindly requested to pause between question and answer. Thank you.
Madam Court Officer, can I ask you please to bring up SPOE 00224991 dash SPOE 00224991. Sir, do you recognize this photograph?
You showed it to me 10 days ago.
And do you recognize the people depicted?
Most of them, yes.
Can you please tell the court whom you recognize?
Javed Aliti, Skender Hisseni, Ibrahim Rugova, Rambuya, Brahim Shalia, Beton Soroy, Feikh Miagani. That's somebody from the opposition. Then the very left is Jakub Krasniqi, Hidet Hisseni. I recognize most of them, yeah.
Can you tell the court where you see Ibrahim Rugova?
That's the scratched out person.
You say that's the scratched out person, the person whose face is scratched out?
Correct?
Mr. President, the SPO tenders SPOE 00224991. The document in front of the witness now.
Yes, Your Honour, we object. We object on grounds of relevance and prejudicial effect exceeding probative value. In our submission, this is not a document that's simply being tendered to identify members of the Rambier delegation. There's plenty of material before the court on that issue. What's happening here is an attempt to create a prejudicial effect by the fact that the photograph of Ibrahim Rugova is scribbled out, but the prosecution has no evidence to put before you as to who scribbled that out, when it was scribbled out. As I'm sure you're about to hear, this is a document that is said to be found in the search of Mr. Krasniqi's house, but there's no evidence before you as to in what condition the document came into Mr. Krasniqi's house. In those circumstances, the relevance to any issue in this case, we say, is minimal, and the prejudicial effect of admitting it with no evidence as to who marked the photograph in this way, when it was marked, or in what condition it came into Mr. Krasnici's house, if it did, because of course we preserve our objections to the search. But the prejudicial effect exceeds any very limited probative value that this might possess.
Thank you. Anybody else? No? This meets the qualifications of 138, prima facie level of importance, and it is admitted. It is true that there is no statement as to this scratch out, but we take it as it is, and we'll give it the weight we think it appropriate. Go ahead.
Your Honor, and before we move on, my colleagues have suggested that for efficiency, that the exhibit, that P1227 be added to the exhibit already in evidence, which is P00189, instead of being given a new number. That's the portion of the book we looked at a few minutes
No,
ago.
I think this should have its own number, and it will be admitted as such.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Please give it an exhibit number.
Your Honors, SPOE 002249991 to SPOE 002249991 will be admitted as P01228. Current classification is confidential. Microphone, please.
Judge Mitro.
Thank you, Judge Smith. Just a clarification from the SPO. Are you seeking to rely on the fact that this picture is being scribbled out? And if so, are you attributing that scribbling to anyone relevant to this case?
Your Honor, I can tell you what facts I'm aware of, some of which are yet to be in evidence. But this book, as pointed out by defense counsel, was taken from a photo album seized from Jakub Krasnici's residence. It's among many photos, none of which are in any way marred or defaced. And I suspect that you will hear at the end of the case the SPO asking for an inference that this individual photo was marred and defaced because it reflects an animus by this defendant or this accused toward the LDK.
So you will be asking us to infer from its origin that Mr. Krasnici scribbled that picture, if I understand you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, Your Honor, that's exactly the prejudicial effect I was complaining about. What is the basis for that assertion? There is no evidence whatsoever before you as to who marked this document.
Well, if there's none, Mr. Ellis, I think you know what the answer is.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Prosecutor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Madam Court Officer, can I ask you please to bring up P061427-8? It's a video. I'm going to ask you to play the first 2 minutes and 8 seconds, please. And I'm mindful of the time constraints, Your Honors. In addition to this portion, we'll be playing another 30 or so seconds. And that's the totality for this video. While the video is being pulled up, Mr. Kickert, you've described in your SPO statement a meeting of 5 March 1999 in which you were in which you were meeting with certain individuals after the Rambouillet conference and before the next stage of the process. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, we're going to see now the video. That was just to orient you. The video pulled up in a moment. We need not have the sound.
We do not want the sound to be played because it will be broadcast, and it is still it's still considered confidential.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor, for the clarification. Yeah. I'm going to ask you just to make note of who's entering the room so I can ask you questions about the attendees, Mr. Kickert, when the video is paused in about a minute. And for the record, Your Honors, this video has been entered in evidence as P01221. Can we pause right there for a moment, please? To the far left of the screen, do you see a man with the back of his head to us?
In the left foreground?
Left, yes.
Yes?
To his left, as we move around the room clockwise, can you tell us who's sitting on the couch next to him?
Yeah, that starts with Axel Dittmann, German diplomat. Then it's myself. Then it's Ambassador Petric and Ambassador Pauls from the German Foreign Ministry.
I see. So Axel Dittmann is the person whose face we can't see. And just for the record, we're at timestamp 1 minute 48 seconds. Who has the back of his head to us? That's Axel Dittmann?
Correct.
Can we please continue to minute 208, please? Thank you. We're paused now at minute 208. Mr. Kickert, can you please tell, to the right of Ambassador Pauls, can you tell the court who else you see in this photograph? I'm sorry, thank you, Your Honor. Starting with Ambassador Pauls, who is, I believe, am I correct that he's the gentleman in the lesser part of the screen, we see his profile from his right? Starting from there and moving right clockwise through the photograph, can you tell us whom we see?
Sulemai Selimi, Jakub Krasniqi, Rambuya, Fatme Limai, Recep Selimi, and the journalist Patun Hachio.
Madam Court Officer, can I ask you to bring up the corresponding transcript, which is may have an exhibit number. Do you know? It is it is 061-427-08-TRET. I'm sorry, Your Honor, my apologies.
Or because they're trying to translate.
Understood. I'll repeat that. It is P061, I'm sorry, it is 061-427-08-ET. And I'm told that it bears the same exhibit number as the video, namely P01221-ET. Sir, do you see the transcript in front of you? And if so, do you see the transcript in front of you on the page, on the screen?
Yes, I do.
Did you review this transcript when you and I met about 10 days ago?
Yes.
Could I ask you please to pull up, Madam Court Officer, SPOE 00128571 to SPOE 0012948. ET, and the corresponding Albanian begins with the same number, 128571, and ends with 128948. 954. And could I ask you to go forward to the page ending in 8805? Sir, do you recognize the document in front of you?
Yeah, I think you have shown it to me, but I didn't know from which book it came.
So is it fair to say when I showed it to you, I showed you only the page? I started with the page in front of you now, which in the middle, for the record, reads KLA General Staff Members Meeting with European Diplomats, headed by Wolfgang Petrich. Is that what I showed you?
Yes?
And did you read the entirety of that page and the next several pages that follow?
I believe so.
Can I ask the court officer, please, to scroll through each page and to watch as we go? Tell us if we need to pause so you can orient yourself. But I'm going to ask you after we get to the end of this section whether that's what you read when you and I met. And I'll ask you to stop, Madam Court Officer, when we get to the page ending in 8809. So it's one more page. My apologies, Madam Court Officer. Can we see the bottom of that page, please? So can we go to one to the next page as well, please? So for the record, I think we've just scrolled through pages SPO 00128805 through the same number ending in 8809. Do you recognize those several pages as the ones that you reviewed, that you read when you and I first met, Mr. Kicker?
Yes, I do.
And is that excerpt of the book is that portion of this book a fair description of the 5 March 1999 meeting that is depicted in the video that we just saw, which is P01221?
After being shown the transcript of the meeting, yes, I think it's a fair depiction.
Madam Court Officer, could we go in the same document down to SPOE 00128885? And can we go to the bottom of that page, please, and show the portion depicted? Do you see the two, I'm sorry, I'm going to wait until the, do you see the two photographs shown on the bottom of the page ending in 8885?
Yes, I do.
Do those two photographs accurately depict moments of the same 5 March 1999 meeting?
Yes, they do.
And does the text box below the photos correctly state the date and place of that meeting?
I believe so. I don't know the exact date anymore, and I haven't seen a report I've written about this meeting, but given the documents, I believe it was on the 5th of March, yeah.
Your Honor, the SPO tenders the pages the witness just identified, which are SPOE 00128805 through 8809 and 8885. And we would ask that they be added to what's already in evidence as P01149, another portion of the same book.
Any objection?
No objection.
Anybody?
It's not really an objection, Your Honour, but it does appear to be the same transcript, or all but the same transcript as we have separately, so I'm not quite sure what the purpose of it is. It doesn't seem to be a separate description. They seem to be quoting the individuals with access probably to the same transcript or same recording. So I don't see that it has actually any independent value whatsoever. But
You want to address that, Mr. Capon?
Well, what the witness has just done is he's confirmed that the substance of this portion of the book is a faithful and accurate rendition of what happened at that meeting, as shown in the transcript. So it tends to show that what is in the book is accurate, and certainly what is in this portion of the book.
Anybody else?
I would just respond to that, that it only is accurate as to the pages in this book, but as to the other pages, I think we'll explore that later.
SPOE 00128571 at pages 8805 to 8809 are admitted. They satisfy the standards of Rule 138.
I'm not sure if the court also mentioned SPOE 00128885, which is the final page, the page on the screen now.
I did say the wrong number. It's SPOE 00128885.
Your Honors, pages SPOE 00128805 to SPOE 00128809, and the page SPOE 00128885 will be added to Exhibit P01149. Current classification is public.
Madam Court Officer, I'd like to return to the video, please, which is, again, 061427-008. And again, we don't need the audio. And I'm going to ask you to play the 38 seconds. Now, I'm going to ask you to fast forward, if you would, please, to the 38 seconds starting at 47 minutes and 25 seconds. And I'll tell you when to stop if I may. I'm going to ask you, witness, while this video plays, to note do you see the notebook that Mr. Salimi is writing in? I think we can stop there. Could I ask you, Madam Court Officer, please, to rewind to 47 minutes and 28 seconds? We need 2 more seconds if we could to 28. Okay. Did you see, if we could just go forward 1 frame, please, within that? Just maybe 1 more. Okay, do you see the notebook that Mr. Salimi is writing in, Mr. Kickert?
Like everybody else?
Yes, thank you. Does that notebook have rings?
It looks like, yeah.
Can you count how many rings it has?
Is that, okay, I have 6.
6 with a gap between the 2 sets of 3 and 3?
Yes.
Court Officer, may I ask you please to pull up P00182 in the Albanian only? And we'll just look at the first page of that. And Mr. Kicker, and does the page in front of you, which is the first page of exhibit P00182, have the same configuration of holes as the 6-ring notebook that we saw Mr. Salimi writing in a moment ago?
Could be, but this is a different date on it.
Okay. Date aside, I'm going to next show you the English translation of this. Is the configuration the same? Does it look like it comes from a notebook of similar characteristics?
I don't know why you need me as a witness for that. I'm sorry to say.
We'll move on then. Can we please go to the same exhibit in English, Madam Court Officer? It's still P00182. And we're going to go to the date in question. If you could show us the SPOE page at the bottom ending in 6420, please. Okay. Do you recall when we met, Mr. Kickert, that I asked you to, in conjunction with reading the transcript of the 5 March 1999 meeting, review this translation of certain notes and compare several excerpts of the notes to the transcript?
Yeah, I've been shown this.
And did you do that comparison for several entries in the notes?
I think so.
Okay, I'm not going to belabor it, but to demonstrate the comparison for the court, I'd like to repeat the exercise for just one of the several comparisons you made. I'm going to ask you to look at the portion on the page in front of you, which reads German Ambassador Pauls and has about 6 lines of notes translated below that. And I'm going to read you a portion of the transcript. Starting for the record, I'm now in the transcript, which is still, I believe, P01221. I'm starting on page 4 of the transcript, and I'm going to read lines 3 through 5, which reads, Mr. Christian Pauls, I'm a diplomat today. I used to be a lawyer. I was a captain in the German army tanks, and I've come to answer your questions. Same page, lines 19 through the bottom. And I direct your attention to my views on Rambouillet section, Mr. Kickert. Let me start out with one personal observation I had in Rambouillet. I had the feeling that the Kosovo-Albanian part does not or did not understand what it means to have 28,000 Western NATO troops in its country. This is the strongest guarantee possible for you to have trust in whatever political agreement we will have. Western countries don't commit their troops easily. We think it is necessary here, as we did, continuing, Madam Court Officer, if I, never mind. I'm now continuing on page 5 of the same transcript, just the first 3 lines, as we did in Bosnia.
Mr. Capon, you have to slow down.
My
It's
apologies.
impossible to follow.
My apologies. I will back up, for the benefit of the interpreter, I'll back up to the beginning of the preceding sentence on line 22. This is the strongest guarantee possible for you to have trust in whatever political agreement we will have. Western countries don't commit their troops easily. We think it is necessary here, as we did in Bosnia. And these troops will stay as long as it is necessary, as in Bosnia. Nobody says that we're here for only 3 years. If the situation says so, we stay longer. I think I'm wrapping up.
We need to take a break at this point.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Witness, we'll give you about a 10-minute break. We'll be back at around 10 after the hour.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. You can bring the witness in.
Your Honor, if I may, before the witness comes out, or I'm not sure if it's material. I tried and failed to ask to express to the court a concern about the exhibit numbering. The exhibit that's been numbered P001227 is a portion of a book called The Great Turning Point by one of the accused. Another portion was already in evidence as P00189. And so what I didn't communicate effectively, I think, is that it may make more sense to have the additional portions added to P00189 since it is the same document. And then we can just resume with the numbering with where we left off.
All right, can you combine those two? Madam Court Officer.
Yes, Your Honor. Pages with ERN U015, 8743 to U015 to 8842 and 8843 will be added to the exhibit P00189. And number P01227 will be vacated for the next exhibit.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, witness, we will continue with the questions from the prosecutor. Go ahead.
Madam Court Officer, can I ask you please to pull up SPOE 00203094 to SPOE 00203096. And while the court officer is doing that, Mr. Kickert, in your SPO statement at paragraph 60, you stated that you joined the UN mission in Kosovo, UNMIK, or UNMIK, in midsummer of 1999. Is that correct?
That is correct.
In what month did you start?
I think it was the beginning of August.
And in what capacity did you join UNMIK?
As a diplomatic advisor to the head of UNMIK, the SRSG, the special representative of the Secretary General, Bernard Kouchner.
Did you previously describe yourself in your statement as a political advisor?
Yes?
Is there a difference in the terminology?
Which terminology do I use now?
I think you
Diplomatic?
said
No,
diplomatic.
it's a political advisor.
Fair enough, thank you. And in your SPO statement at paragraph 61 through 66, you described several UNMIK memoranda that you drafted and were copied on. You pointed out a gentleman named Mr. Dittman in the video we just watched. Was he an UNMIK employee?
Yes, he was.
What was his job?
He was a political advisor as well. He was part of the UN advance team to establish UNMIK. And through him, they then hired me to build a team of political advisors.
And my apologies, you may have said this, but in what month did you join UNMIK?
I think it was in August.
And was Mr. Dittman already working there at the time?
Yes, he was.
The interpreters kindly ask the speakers to make a pause between question and answer because the interpretation is not possible. Thank you.
We just got an admonition from the interpreters, which I will heed. As I said, you stated in your SPO statement that as an UNMIK political advisor, you drafted, part of your job was drafting memoranda and cables, correct?
My memoranda, yes, because I was reporting directly to the SRSG, to Bernard Kouchner. I was not drafting cables to New York, to headquarters, but at times the hierarchy in UNMIK would forward our memoranda to headquarters.
I see. When you say our memoranda, you mean both you and Mr. Dittman would draft memoranda that, in some instances, would be incorporated into a UN cable?
That is correct. We also had a third diplomatic advisor who was dealing mostly with minority issues.
Okay. Do you see the document in front of you? It's SPO 00203094 to SPOE 00203096?
Yes, I do.
Did you review that when you and I met recently?
Yes, you showed it to me.
Is that a standard UNMIK cable from as they appeared in the summer of 1999?
Yes, it is.
And can you just tell the court who's it addressed to, who's it from, and what is the topic? And when telling us that, tell the court what role the individuals on the to and from line, what role they played at UNMIK.
Okay, just first a clarification. This was a time where I was not working for UNMIK yet, but was still in a bilateral capacity, heading the Austrian office in Pristina. But of course, this is standard UN cable. It was addressed to Millet, who was the head of DPKO, the Department for Peacekeeping Operation, which was the unit at the UN Secretariat in New York, UNMIK and other peacekeeping missions report to. And in CC, that is Mr. Riza, who was the chief of staff, chef de cabinet of the Secretary General, Kofi Annan. And Prendergast was the head of the Undersecretary General for Political Affairs. It was sent in the name of the interim head of UNMIK, Sergio Verde Melio. I even recognize who signed it off in person. That was Fabrizio Hochschild.
Okay, Madam Court Officer, could we please see the next page of this document, which is SPOE 00203095? And if you could just focus on the top third or so of that page. Do you see the portion, sir? And did you read this recently under where it says meeting with Hashim Thaçi on 13 July? Do you see that portion?
Yes, you showed it to me 10 days ago.
Okay, I'm going to read to you the first paragraph under UCK detention centers. It reads, the SRSG informed Thaçi that KFOR had freed several Serb and Roma who had been held at a house near Pristina. It was very worrying that some UCK members, which had been clearly identified by their KFOR IDs, had arrived at the house shortly thereafter. He strongly urged Thaçi to use all his influence to immediately dissolve all UCK detention centers. Thaçi promised to do so, to do whatever he could, and to issue an official statement. Did I read that correctly, Mr. Kicker?
Yeah.
Mr. President, the SPO tenders this document, SPOE 00203094 to SPOE 00203096.
Any objection?
Yes, Mr. President. The witness doesn't know anything about the events here. The passage that was read out to him, he wasn't present for the meeting. And if I could make one additional point in private session, please.
All right, into private session, please.
Your Honors, we are now in public session.
Okay, I'll repeat then that we will mark this for identification and determine it later. Go ahead.
Your Honor, I'm going to repeat the same exercise with regard to one more cable. Court officer, would you please pull up SPOE 002?
Just a second.
She hasn't had time to give the number.
Just hold up. We're in public? Okay. All right, now you can go ahead.
Madam Court Officer, may I ask you please to pull up SPOE 00246088 to 0026093.
Mr. President, I apologize for interrupting. The previous exhibit, as far as I can see on the transcript, has not been marked for identification. Yeah.
Your Honors, document with ERN SPOE 00203-094 to 00203-096 and its Albanian translation will be marked for identification with the number P01227. Classification is confidential.
Do you see the document in front of you now, Mr. Kicker?
I do.
Did you also look at this document when you and I met about 10 days ago?
You showed it to me.
And is this also a standard unmixed cable of the type you were familiar with seeing in the summer of 1999?
Yes, it is.
And what is the subject of the cable?
I can read it to you. First meeting of the Kosovo Transitional Council on 16 June 1999.
Could we please go to the top of the next page, Madam Court Officer? Do you see that on the page in front of you, Mr. Kickert, under the caption First Kosovo Transitional Council Meeting on 16 July, whom does the document identify as the Albanians representing the UCK at this meeting?
Again, I can read to you. UCK, Hashim Thaçi, Javit Haliti.
Could we please go to the next page? I'm sorry. We're going to the page ending in 6090. My apologies. It may be one page down. If we could please advance to the, there we go. Could we advance a little farther down the page, please? My apologies, Your Honor. I may have maybe disoriented with the document. I'm going to ask the court officer to go to the top of the page again. Can we please scroll to the beginning of the next page? Do you see the paragraph on the screen in front of you beginning with most members, Mr. Kicker?
I do.
Does the beginning of that paragraph read, most members made statements of principle. Artemij stressed that the majority of crimes and acts of violence were committed against Serbs and other non-Albanians. He called on the UCK, and in particular on Thaçi, to put an end to this. Thaçi answered that he had already made very strong statements distancing himself from crimes against non-Albanians. Did I read that correctly, sir?
If I were a teacher, I would say yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, the government, the SPO tenders this document based on the same argument. I would simply point out that it's any questions about authenticity have been resolved, and any remaining question and relevancy is resolved. Any remaining questions, I would suggest, go simply to the weight of the document and not to its admissibility under the rules.
For this specific document, we have no objection. I'll be relying on the same passage in cross-examination.
SPOE 00246088 to 00260093 is admitted. Please assign the P number to it.
Your Honors, a document with ERN SPOE 00246088 to 00246093 will be admitted as P01229. Classification is confidential.
Nothing further for the SPO at this time, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Mr. President, could I just ask if that document needs to be confidential?
I think it would be safe to treat it as confidential, Your Honor.
I'd ask that it be just considered. I'm not sure there's any confidential information in there. So unless there's a provider restriction, I would ask that it be public.
Are there any restrictions placed on this document?
Not that I'm aware, but I was hesitant until I confirmed that that's the case, and I can, after the break, I can confirm one way or the other with the court's permission.
Do you need it at this time?
No, but after the break.
We'll deal with it after break then. Unless there's some restriction placed on it by the supplier, it seems like it ought to be public.
And to my knowledge, there isn't, Your Honor, but I don't know the answer to that.
All right. Go ahead, Mr. Misitich.
Thank you, Mr. President. Witness, good morning. My name is Luka Misitich. I am counsel for Hashim Thaçi, and I have some questions for you this morning and this afternoon. I'd like to begin with your statement to the SPO, which is Exhibit P01210, and ask you who prepared the statement.
Who prepared the statement? It was somebody from the SPO writing it down.
Okay, so they prepared the statement and sent it to you to review and edit?
If that's a statement from 2020, they were coming to New York, where I was stationed at the time, and then they sent it, because if I looked at the signature, it's from a different date than the interviews itself.
Okay, but, so they prepared the statement?
Correct.
Okay. Did you have access to your prior statements at the ICTY before that statement was prepared?
I was shown all my reports and everything this was based upon. I did not go through my prior ICTY statements.
Okay, all right. We'll get to some issues regarding that in a little while. But I wanted to start with your understanding of the KLA structure in the summer of 1998. And in your SPO statement of 2020, you state that in 1998, and please help me with the name here, is it Mr. Rohan?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Rohan, the then Secretary General of the Austrian Foreign Ministry, decided to start negotiations with the KLA in order to involve them in the political process. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And as part of this process, you were tasked to identify political leaders of the KLA who would be able to speak on behalf of the KLA and act as your interlocutors. Is that correct?
Correct. The first meeting I had was with Mr. Rohan himself, and then I was tasked to do the follow-on.
Okay. And you specifically told the SPO that you were not interested in the military leadership of the KLA.
That is very correct.
So you were not interested in military decision-making, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. But did you acquire some information about the KLA structure either way?
We wanted to get to the person who could speak on behalf of the KLA and be involved in the political process. Of course, there were, to find somebody who could authoritatively speak in the name of the KLA, you got some information about the KLA, or you thought you got some information about the KLA.
Okay. But is it fair to say that it was not clear to you what the structure of the KLA was?
That is correct.
And you were not clear on how the KLA operated, correct?
Correct.
Now, before the summer of 1998, is it correct that your information about the KLA was limited to what you heard from other internationals and journalists?
Internationals and local journalists, correct. And then, sorry, if I may add, from May of '98, we also had a mobile ECMM team working on the ground, which also got some information what was going on, but not on the political front so much.
And in your efforts to learn about the KLA structure, you met with various individuals, including both Kosovars and other diplomats. Is that correct?
Correct.
One of the diplomats you met in the summer of 1998 was Ambassador Richard Holbrooke?
Well, I didn't meet him directly, but I was part of meetings where he was there and I was present as well.
Okay. And did Ambassador Holbrooke state in those meetings that it was not known whether the KLA had any internal chain of command and that he himself doubted that it was the case?
I think you're referring to a cable of mine from early summer, probably June of 1998. Yes.
That's correct then?
Yes.
And you recorded that in that cable?
Yes.
Okay. And that is the cable of 7 July 98? Is that correct? I can put it on the screen. Let me just make sure I get the right exhibit number here. P01215, if we could have that on the screen, please. If we could zoom in on the section under Holbrooke, please. And is this what you were referring to earlier, the passage that says, in relation to the UÇK, Holbrooke himself says that it is not known whether the UÇK has an internal chain of command. He doubts that there is. He asked the UÇK representatives to come forward and identify their leaders in order to clarify whether they would play any part in the trial hearing.
Correct.
Correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did you have an understanding of why or on what basis Mr. Holbrooke said that he did not believe the UÇK had an internal chain of command?
I believe that the Americans had more intelligence as we Europeans. The Americans had a presence also in Pristina, the U.S. Information Service, which I also visited when I came down to Pristina. We Europeans didn't have a continuous presence there, and our understanding was that this U.S. presence was also an intelligence presence.
Okay. And if we go to a different document, this is now a cable P01212 that you refer to in your SPO interview at paragraph 59, and is a report from the Austrian Embassy in Belgrade to the Austrian Ministry of Foreign Affairs dated 27 June 1998. And if we go to the first section, the last bullet point. And there, first of all, do you recognize the report?
Yeah, it's an English translation. Can I look at the top, please?
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you recall if you prepared this report?
Yes, I do.
And did you?
I did.
Okay. The last bullet point in section 1 says the UCHK command structure nevertheless remains something of a mystery according to the U.S. Although the UCHK operates with terms such as general staff, in the U.S. view, it is more a matter of diffuse horizontal command and coordination structures. This could be problematical in terms of involving the UCHK in the political dialogue. Now, do you recall where that information came from?
It came from the American side.
Do you know who specifically from the American side provided that information?
I don't know who was present at the meeting. If I could go up to see the title of the report. It was a meeting of the contact room heads of missions, so it was probably the American ambassador, deputy ambassador, who provided this information.
Okay. Is it possible that it was I believe in your SPO interview at paragraph 59, you referred to the U.S. military attaché. Could it have been him?
It could also be the source of this information. I was in touch with the few Western military attachés who did go down to Kosovo and had some knowledge, or tried to get some knowledge about the situation there.
Now, when you were speaking to the ICTY in November of 2004, you said something similar. You told the ICTY, and this is U008-5982 to U008-5982, please, if we could have that on the screen. And this is from a preparation session you had with the ICTY. And in paragraph 1, it reports that you said, the KLA in summer 1998 lacked a clear central hierarchical structure. Although he had heard of a KLA general staff, he was not at the time convinced that one existed. And if one did exist, he doubted the extent of its control over KLA forces around Kosovo. There seemed to be mostly regions and leaders of those regions rather than a centralized structure. Now, do you recall saying that to the ICTY in 2004?
Yes, I do.
Does that accurately reflect your impressions in 1998?
Yes, we were pretty much in the dark, and we were trying to grasp how the KLA was organized and structured. I remember that our observers, the ECM observers, had different experience in different parts of Kosovo in encountering KLA, some being more aggressive, others being more relaxed about the presence of our observers.
Now, can you explain what you meant when you said there seemed to be mostly regions and leaders of those regions rather than a centralized structure? How did you form that impression?
At that time, my feeling was that there was a center in the Drenica region, but that not necessarily the KLA in western Kosovo, in Tukajin area, would be under the same structure, centralized structure.
Okay. Mr. President, I tender this exhibit into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
The U008-5982 to U008-5982 is admitted.
Your Honors, the document and its Albanian translation will be admitted as 1D00137, and the classification is confidential.
Thank you. Witness, let me just ask one follow-up question to that. Did you have an opportunity at all, if you can recall, to go into a zone under the command of someone named Commander Remy?
I would not know. I think Remy was in the lap region, but I don't know when I've gone into his zone of command. I don't know whether it extended to the area where we had discussions in January '99 on the VJ soldiers. That could be his zone. I don't know.
Did you go into the lap zone in the summer of '98?
No.
Now, in your Limai trial testimony, and this is P1209 at page 676, beginning at line 13. The question that was asked is, this reference to breakaway KLA factions, as it appears in this translation, was that just this particular incident, or did you know that to be a problem for the KLA more generally? And your answer was, well, I don't think that. I think we should be careful. Lum Haju was not somebody who broke away from the KLA. He was talking to the press, and I think that was not welcomed. There was a general problem I understood, or I assessed at the time, that in Western Kosovo there were some armed groups who would do their own things and not necessarily follow any other command. So you made some reference just a few minutes ago to Western Kosovo. What did you mean when you said they would do their own things and not necessarily follow any other command?
The name of Lumagiu, I think that was the KLA combatant who was photographed with Richard Holbrooke when he went to Unic, which is in Western Kosovo, near the Albanian border. So that was the first time of official meeting of a Western diplomat with UCK. But it was, as far as we understood afterwards, just a random meeting, and not somebody who was in any way representing the KLA as such, or being able to speak on behalf of the KLA.
Okay, but how did you get the impression that they would do their own things and not necessarily follow any other command?
I don't know. I simply don't know anymore. But that was a general feeling we had in '98, that it was not that these were groups operating more autonomously than under a hierarchical command.
Okay, and in that same trial testimony, at page 709, beginning at line 3, you said, well, my assessment, I think during 1998, and I don't know when, there was certainly an effort that it would be, let me restart, put the question and then the answer to give you the context. The question was, Mr. Kickert, again, in your understanding, taking into consideration the fact that you're not a military expert, did you understand that Central Command or General Staff to be regional in scope or to cover all of Kosovo? And your answer was, well, my assessment, I think during 1998, and I don't know when, there was certainly an effort that it would be all of Kosovo. But my feeling was that the coordination between different regions was very difficult. Do you recall giving that evidence?
Yes, I think it reflects what I was thinking. I thought it was more coordination between regional structures than one hierarchical structure.
Okay. And do you recall what you observed that led you to that conclusion?
I mean, in general, it was when we wanted to get to commitments, it took always a long time. So we had the feeling that there was coordination or consultation necessary, and not that it was one interlocutor where we could get a straight answer from.
Okay. We were talking about the summer of '98, but this issue about coordination and having to discuss with local people, you were shown as on direct examination and in your preparation session a video from a 5 March 1999 meeting between Ambassador Christian Pauls, Wolfgang Petrisch, Suleiman Salimi, Ram Bouya, Fatmir Limay, and Recep Salimi, at which the Rambouillet Agreement was discussed. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And Ambassador Pauls was the ambassador of Germany, is that correct?
No, he was in the German Foreign Ministry, the Auswärtige Amt, responsible for the Balkans. He was not the ambassador in Belgrade.
Okay. Now, you watched the video?
The portions, yeah.
Okay. Do you recall that Mr. Pauls stated that the KLA was, quote, not a conventional army?
Yes, I read that.
You were present when he said that. What was your understanding of what he meant when he said the KLA was not a conventional army?
It was not an army representing a country.
Okay. Did you understand him to be, or did he say that it was more a guerrilla force than a conventional army?
No, I wouldn't say that necessarily. I mean, that it was an insurgency armed force, that it was clear to us all.
Okay. During your preparation session with the SPO, you explained that while the KLA tended to portray itself as a well-organized army, the general impression amongst the internationals was that the KLA was exaggerating its size and structure. Is that correct?
That is certainly true for 1998, yes.
And did you have an understanding of why they might be exaggerating?
To push up their status, also within Kosovo, but also for us internationals to take them more seriously. There was a tendency, especially among the American diplomacy, of trying to push aside the KLA in the formation of a political platform of Kosovo Albanian representatives. We, Europeans or Austrians, we didn't believe that this was possible, but this was an ongoing struggle.
Okay. And sorry. Now, in terms of exaggeration, they would exaggerate, as you said in your prep session, their size and structure. Is that correct?
Size, I never discussed any numbers.
Okay.
But structure, yes.
Okay. Would they exaggerate their organization?
That was my impression, yes.
Yeah. Would they exaggerate their ability to be effective on the ground?
Well, I believe that they, in the summer of '98, they also overestimated themselves. And I think they had a bit of a humbling experience in the events of Rakovac. And when the Serbian side pressed an offensive, I think they had to retreat from all the places we would meet them before.
Okay. As for your direct experience, you explained in your preparation session with the SPO that you saw KLA checkpoints manned by farmers rather than soldiers. Is that correct?
That was the one experience when we met the first time in Mališevo, where we passed, just coming up from the main road, a checkpoint which were clearly not trained militia, but yeah.
Farmers?
Ragtag armed people, yes.
Okay. turning to a different topic, you met with Mr. Thaçi and Mr. Vaselli in July of 1998, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you were, at that point, interested in trying to find political rather than military leaders?
Correct.
Okay. And you came to view Mr. Thaçi as a political rather than a military figure, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Because that was what we were looking for, and this was given to me by a local journalist as a potential high-ranking personality who could speak authoritatively in the KLA for the political process we were trying to achieve.
Okay. And your recollection is it correct that your recollection, let me rephrase. You first met with Kadri Vaselli, is that correct?
That is correct.
And
With Secretary General Rohan.
yes. And there was that had been organized by the ECMM?
That is correct.
Okay. Is it fair to say that your recollections until recently, let's say until 2020, were that it was the next day that you met with Hashim Thaçi?
That is correct.
Okay. And so if we look at your 1999 statement, if we can pull that up. Yes, 0081-1091 to 0081-1096, please. And if we could go to page 3, please. And I believe it's that paragraph that begins at about the same time. If we could scroll up just so that we can see the paragraph above that as well. Yes. You said in May and June of 1999, I returned to Malyshevo at the end of July 1998 after the fighting between the KLA and Serb forces in Orahovac took place. A Kohaditore journalist, Dukajin Gorani, accompanied me during that trip. He was able to put me in touch with Hashim Thaçi. I was to meet him again a few times later. At about the same time, the EU Troika, then consisting of the UK, Austria, and Germany, visited Pristina and elsewhere in Kosovo. And then it goes on and discusses the meeting that ultimately resulted in the meeting with Kadri Vaselli, correct?
Yes, but this was a statement which was rather hastily drawn up, and when I was confronted with an ECMM report which reported on the meeting of Mr. Rohan with Kadri Vaselli, I think we've established now the sequence of meetings, the dates of the meetings. What I had confounded, where I originally thought that I met the day after with Hashim Thaçi, it was actually, now thinking back, it was after the failed effort of the EU Troika to meet with KLA representatives. We didn't get through checkpoints. The day after, that was when I and my British colleague David Slynn went to Klečka, where we met Jakub Groznici and Rambuja and Fatmir Limaj. So with the reports, I think we got the sequence now right and not as it was confounded in my memory.
Okay, but it's your current timeline is based on a reconstruction, correct?
Correct.
You don't have an independent memory of this timeline, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so if we go to your Limaj trial testimony in 2004, that's where you said, and this is at page 669 of that testimony, beginning at line 19. That's where you said you met with Mr. Vaselli, and then the next day you met with Hashim Thaçi, correct?
That is wrong, in retrospect.
Right,
But I said it, yes.
It's wrong only in the sense that the documents refer to a meeting with someone who represented themselves as number 3, correct? You have to be sure that number 3 is Hashim Thaçi in order for the new timeline to be accurate.
Yeah, but I know that number 3, the person who introduced himself as number 3 was Hashim Thaçi.
Okay, but you didn't know who Hashim Thaçi was at the time, correct?
I was told his name,
Later.
actually the same day.
Okay, we'll get to that in a few minutes. It's time for a break, so, but keep that thought in mind and we'll get to it.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, witness, we'll take a half-hour break at this time. You can leave the courtroom with the court usher. We're adjourned until 11:30.
All rise. All rise.
Please be seated. Madam Court Usher, please bring the witness in. Did you have something prior?
No, just, Mr. President, I wanted to alert the chamber that in this next section, I will be going into what the witness observed and reported on in terms of Serbian crimes. It will be relevant directly, and I'll get to it after I finish that, with when he could have met with Mr. Thaçi following July. And the second is I want to have a discussion with him about the Geneva Conventions, which he says he mentioned to Mr. Thaçi, and the KLA's ability to comply with the Geneva Conventions in light of what was happening in August and September of 1998. So before we get into objections while the witness is in the box, I wanted to put that on the record first.
Any questions from the panel about that? No? Okay. All right, witness, we will continue with questions from Mr. Misitich. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Witness, before the break, we left off with a discussion about number 3. And your evidence is that Mr. Thaçi did not give you his name, but introduced himself as number 3. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. In your time in Kosovo, did you ever hear of anyone else referring to Mr. Thaçi as number 3?
Not necessarily specifically to him, but I was told before that there is kind of a number system, and that was also refreshed my mind that in one of my reports, which I described a meeting with Adem Demaci, that he referred to this number system as well, but not connecting number 3 with the name Hashim Thaçi.
Okay. So at no time before that meeting nor after that meeting have you heard, read about, read in books, read in the newspaper that Mr. Thaçi is, was, or had been ever referred to as number 3. Is that fair?
I don't recall. It was then at a certain time his name became public knowledge and the number system was not used anymore.
Okay. You obviously have experience in Kosovo. Have you come to learn what Mr. Thaçi's nom de guerre was during the conflict?
Yes.
And what was that?
Snake.
Right. You have not heard similar information or stories that he was ever known as number 3. Is that fair?
I was not looking out. I met him. He introduced himself as number 3, and which was for me
I understand that.
encouraging. Yeah.
No, I understand that
Yeah.
part. I'm asking you a different question. So
Yeah.
somehow, just by being present in Kosovo, you learned that he was known as Snake, correct?
Correct.
But just by being in Kosovo, you never similarly learned that he was ever known as number 3.
I wouldn't recall.
Okay. Now, did you have an understanding of why a number system would be used?
Our guess at the time was that this would be a kind of a hierarchical numbering. So when I met number 7 and afterwards number 3, I thought, okay, I'm getting up the hierarchy. That was my understanding at the time.
Okay, why wouldn't they just introduce themselves by their real names?
Because
your
I think that was a security issue, I suppose.
Okay. Do you think, if it's a security issue, is it a security problem in your assessment that you identify people, identify yourself by your position in the hierarchy? Does that not pose a greater security risk to whoever's at the top of the numbering system?
I wouldn't see that the same way. I would say your real name is a bigger security threat to yourself and to your family than it is if it's just a number and the number is be used, and you don't tag it to a certain personality.
Okay. I guess my point would be, let's say whoever number 1 was, if they were continuously representing themselves as number 1 and the Serbs found out about it and assumed the same thing, you would be making yourself a high-value target, would you not?
Absolutely, and I think that Hashim Thaçi was a high-value target.
Okay. And he was a high-value target that he then identified himself as a high-value target by putting himself in a position of number 3?
I mean, there was always the big puzzling of us, who is number 2 and who's number 1.
Okay. Could it be possible that number 3 presented themselves as number 3, as we talked about before the break, in order to create a perception of importance to you?
I don't think so. I mean, when we met number 7, and it was a bit of an awkward meeting, I was thinking, okay, did he just invent number 7 because it was 007, James Bond? Or, but then when I met number 3, I thought, okay, there might be some value to this numbering system. But then again, I mean, this is not something I would ever establish in certainty.
Okay. And you've told the SPO in your preparation session that your understanding of the numbering system as a sort of hierarchy was based on a widespread assumption. Is that correct?
That is correct.
But you have no facts or personal knowledge of a numbering system?
I have never seen any document. I've never seen anybody from the KLA or nobody from the KLA explained it to me.
Okay. Mr. Thaçi, in his meeting with you, did not say what he was responsible for. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And
Interpreters note the speakers are kindly reminded to pause between question and answer. Thank you.
when you told him that you were looking for leaders of the KLA, he did not say he was one of the leaders, correct?
I wouldn't recall.
Let me take you to your testimony in the Georgievich trial. It's IT-05-87.1, T2566. Just one second. Yes, T2566 to T2650 at page sorry, at page 2614, beginning at line 15. So if we start with the question you were asked, and the question is, well, now it's much clearer. Oh, I'll wait for the Albanian, sorry. It says, the question you're asked is, well, now it's much clearer. Mr. Thaçi, or rather Mr. 3, did he introduce himself by saying, I'm number 3, and my powers, my authority, my function is such and such? Did he tell you what he was in charge of, and why is it that he was the one talking to you? And your answer was, he introduced himself as number 3, but he didn't state what he was responsible for. I said we were looking for high leaders of the KLA to introduce them to the political process, and he said we are willing to consider that, but he did not say whether he had to ask somebody else or that he would decide on his own. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And you state in your SPO statement that you did not really know what Mr. Thaçi's position in the KLA was, and that's at paragraph 25 of your SPO statement. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you also told the SPO that during this meeting with Mr. Thaçi, you mentioned the Geneva Convention, quote, because there had been allegations, mostly in the Serb press, about the KLA taking prisoners. Is that correct?
That is correct.
If we can turn to the cable that you sent of your meeting with number 3, and that is P01217, please. And this is the, first of all, do you recognize the document?
Yes, I do.
And is this the cable of the 24th of July that references your meeting with number 3 and number 7?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Did you make a notation in the cable that you had referred to the Geneva Conventions?
I don't know. I didn't have a set agenda for that meeting. I bumped into ICRC personnel in Mališevo before the meeting because they were also looking for an interlocutor in the KLA to make their case. So that's why I think I brought it up.
Okay. Do you want to scroll through the document so you can take a look at it?
Sure.
Okay, go ahead. Tell us when to turn the page.
Yes, you can turn the page, Chairman. Scroll down, please. Yeah. I don't see a mention.
Okay, all right. So there, just for the record, you don't see a mention of the Geneva Convention in the document, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You also told the SPO that you did not raise any specific allegations because you did not have any evidence of any particular crimes, and you did not believe Serbian propaganda, and that's at your SPO statement, paragraph 27. Is that correct?
There was propaganda from both sides, and it was difficult to maneuver through this. My purpose of the meeting was not to bring this up. My purpose was to explore whether KLA structures, higher KLA structures, were willing to engage in a political process.
Okay. But just so the record is clear, you did not raise any specific allegations of anything in the meeting, correct?
I would absolutely not have brought that up. No.
Okay. In your preparation session, you also said, and this is at unredacted prep note 1, paragraph 14, that you raised concerns about compliance with the Geneva Conventions en passant, correct?
Yeah, this is what repeats what I just mentioned. It was not the main purpose. I brought it up, I believe, because it was also the ICRC people who were there in Mališevo at that time.
Okay. And
Mr. Mišetić, your French attempt was mistranslated in the transcript as in passant. I believe Mr. Mišetić meant in passing, French for en passant.
I thought I sounded perfectly French there, Judge. But
You sounded very French, Mr.
thank you,
Mišetić.
appreciate that. Now I'm thrown off, Judge. But, okay. Thank you. I'll try to collect myself. Witness, you said to the SPO in your statement at paragraph 27 that you do not recall what Mr. Thaçi specifically said in response, but that he stressed that the KLA would respect the Geneva Convention. Is that correct?
Yes, the point the KLA made is that they are an army, and they wanted to stress that they are an organized and structured army, and therefore will logically also follow the Geneva Conventions.
Okay. So let's discuss compliance with the Geneva Conventions. But first, I'd like to establish the context in which the KLA was trying to form a more organized force, as you've just said. Shortly after your meeting on the 23rd with number 3 and number 7, a major Serbian offensive began. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And would you agree that that offensive had a devastating effect on the KLA?
I don't know whether it had a devastating effect on the KLA, but at areas where we used to encounter and meet, it was no longer possible to see them.
Okay.
And it was difficult to get in touch with them.
Okay. If we could, I'm going to show you a UK KDOM document and ask if you agree with its assessment. It's SPOE 00117129. Oh, sorry. The complete ERN, I apologize, is SPOE 00117127 to 00117132. And it's at SPOE 00117129. If we could scroll down, please, to the section that says the KLA. Okay. If we could go to, if you start at the second sentence, it says, the overall picture of the KLA is still of a series of mainly fragmented and disparate units differing markedly in appearance and training. First of all, would you agree with that assessment?
Well, these were the observers on the ground, and they were also most part military personnel in these observer missions. So we would get their reports too, and I would just have to agree with what they say.
Okay. Did you receive reports like this at the time?
Yes, because there were different segments of KDOM, and one of it was the ECMM was also part of KDOM, so the European part of KDOM. There was a US KDOM, there was even a Russian KDOM. But we would get them, as far as I remember, in paper and not electronically, in Belgrade. But I would meet with the observers themselves.
Okay. And it then goes on to say most of the groups are extremely small. The largest encountered by UK KDOM was no more than 40, and some were as small as 5 or 6. In your travels through Kosovo, did you have similar observations about the size of KLA groups?
I never accounted bigger groups, but that was also not the purpose to have military contacts. I was just wanting to try to meet with some political leaders.
It goes on to say they varied from well-organized sections with distinct military and political leaders and membership drawn largely from the diaspora to ill-clad, poorly equipped groups of unsophisticated young peasants who were clearly recruited from the immediate vicinity. You mentioned before you saw at a checkpoint a group
Yes.
of what you described as ragtag or farmers. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So this is consistent with your observation?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Some showed a large measure of political sophistication, albeit in some cases reflecting a rigid totalitarian ideology, while others saw themselves simply struggling against the Serbs for the liberation of Kosovo. Now, Mr. President, I tender this exhibit into evidence. Yes.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. SPOE 00117127 to SPOE 00117132 at SPOE 00117129 is admitted.
Your Honors, that page will receive exhibit number 1D00138. Classification is confidential at the moment.
Unless there's a reason that the SPO has, I think it can be public.
I'm aware of the reason.
You also were going to report back on the other document from earlier
Yes,
today.
and I can report that there's also no reason that cannot be public. It should be public. Thank you, Your Honor.
They are reclassified as public. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now, shortly after your meeting on the 23rd of July with number 3 and number 7, the Serbian offensive started and the KLA was driven out of Maleševo. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And your understanding was they were driven into the surrounding hills?
Yes, that was my understanding.
Okay. Was it your observation that Maleševo was emptied of its Albanian population?
Yes, absolutely.
By the end of July or the beginning of August, do you recall receiving a report from your monitors that destruction was going on in Maleševo with policemen looting shops and setting fire to a house?
Yes.
Okay, if we could have that exhibit on the screen, please. This is IT 0587 P02655. The ERN is 0081105 to 0081106. And this document is a contact group démarche of 4 August 1998. Witness, your name is listed on the from line. Do you recall preparing this talking points for Demarche?
I see it the first time after 25 years. Yeah, but it's clearly for me.
Okay. Just to refresh your recollection, this was discussed with you in the Georgievich trial in 2009.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
If we could turn to page, first of all, do you recall what it is?
Yeah, it seems to be draft speaking notes for Demarche, and shared with not with the contact group as such, because Russia is not on the recipients list. So with the Western contact group members.
Okay. And if we can go to the next page, please. Under the section Major Concerns, if we go to the second point, it says reports about looting and burning of houses and setting fire to unharvested fields by members of FRY security forces. If we go back to the first page just for a second to establish the date of this. The date is the 4th of August, 1998. Now, do you recall the reports about looting and burning of houses and setting fire to unharvested fields by members of FRY security forces?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Did you observe them or did you just report on them?
I read reports and I talked to ECMM members who saw it themselves. We witnessed only when we went with the Troika at the end of July that when we went one direction and came back the other, that unharvested fields would be on fire, but we didn't see who put them on fire.
Okay. And then if we go scroll to the bottom of this page, your talking point was under the, therefore we urge the FRY government to, and then point 2 is stop FRY forces from damaging houses and property and to prevent looting. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so it's fair to say that at the time, so early August 1998, you were receiving reports that FRY forces were committing crimes against both persons and property. Is that correct?
Yeah, property for sure. Persons, there was no, I mean, there was a fighting going on, but no concrete that there were some, at that time, yet atrocities on civilian personnel.
Okay. Mr. President, I tender this document into evidence. It's 2 pages.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
IT 0587 P02655 and ERN 008-11105 to 008-11106 is admitted.
Your Honor, the document will receive exhibit number 1D00139, and it's classified as public.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the end. Is it public?
Yes, it's classified
All right.
as public.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then, do you recall later in August of 1998 traveling and coming into Chires with Ambassador Petrich and Emma Bonino and encountering a large concentration of internally displaced persons there?
Yes, I do remember.
And do you recall why there was a large concentration of internally displaced persons in Chires at the end of August of 98?
In the moment there were Serbian and Yugoslav forces advancing, the civilian population was fleeing. From August on, our main job was not so much on the political front anymore, also because we lost touch with our interlocutors in the field, but it was then to trying to take care and stabilize the situation for the thousands and thousands of IDPs who were living in the mountains in at times appalling situations.
Okay. Thank you. If we could turn to the next document, which is DHT 03913 to DHT 03914 ET in the English, and in the original German, it's DHT 03913 to DHT 03914. And witness, what we're pulling up here is a report from the Embassy of Austria in Belgrade to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Austria on the 11th of September, 1998. Do you recall this document?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and can you tell us what it is?
I was reporting on a meeting I had with Ambassador Parak, who was the head of ECMM stationed in Sarajevo, and with the new Austrian military attaché, and we went to Western Kosovo.
Okay. Does this report record your observations on that trip?
Yes, it does.
Okay. If we go to the first bullet point, and it says this is a trip you took on the 10th of September, 1998, to Western Kosovo, and it says villages along the main Pristina-Peć road are, with the exception of Serbian villages, no longer inhabited. Is that your observation at the time?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And if we scroll down to the last bullet point on this page, you say KLA were not seen throughout the entire trip. ECMM Peć supposes that they withdrew to the mountainous area towards Albania. Is that correct?
Yes, this
So,
is.
on the entire trip, you did not encounter KLA?
That's what I wrote, yes.
Okay. All right, Mr. President, I tender this document into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
DHT 03913 to DHT 03914 is admitted.
Your Honor, this document will receive exhibit number 1D00140, and it's marked as public.
Thank you. And if I could just note on the second page, if we could turn to the second page of this document. The first sentence there says, the Parak convoy did not travel to nearby Kruševac, south of Peć, an estimated 25,000 internally displaced persons. Now, do you recall receiving the report that there were about 25,000 IDPs south of Peć?
Must have come probably from ECMM or some humanitarian organization.
Is it possible it came from UNHCR?
It is possible.
Okay. Now, witness, we've been talking about IDPs in Chires and now south of Peć, and if I could just turn your attention to document P00750, please. And this is a Security Council resolution, Resolution 1199, from the 23rd of September, 1998. Do you recall if you were familiar with the Security Council resolution either at the time it was issued or at any time thereafter?
Yeah, I was, of course, not involved in its drafting, but I was aware that it was around, yes.
Yes. If we could turn to the bottom of the page there, and it says that the Security Council, second paragraph from the bottom, says it is gravely concerned at the recent intense fighting in Kosovo, and in particular the excessive and indiscriminate use of force by Serbian security forces and the Yugoslav army, which have resulted in numerous civilian casualties and, according to the estimate of the Secretary General, the displacement of over 230,000 persons from their homes. Now, witness, is that assessment of roughly 230,000 IDPs in late September 1998, consistent with your understanding of the humanitarian situation at the time?
I could not talk about numbers, but we have seen thousands of IDPs in appalling conditions, in tents, in the open, at that time.
Okay. Were you familiar with allegations that many of these IDPs were the victims of excessive and indiscriminate use of force by Serbian security forces?
I would not have any personal knowledge about that.
Okay. Let's turn to a different document, and this is IT 0587 P00557-E, and the same in the German without the E at the end. Yes. To repeat again, it is IT 0587 P00557 in the German, and the same number -E for the English.
All right. There's a slight error in the transcript. It is listed as 78 rather than 87. Go ahead.
Thank you. Witness, do you recall this document?
Yes, I do.
And do you know who prepared it?
It has written 3 authors, my boss, Ambassador Petric, myself, and a colleague in the embassy in Belgrade.
Okay. And if we go to the first section, number 1, CG Demarches, contact group Demarches, correct?
Correct.
Is this the result of meetings that you were present at with President Milosevic?
No, I was never present at the meeting with President Milosevic. So this must have been the input of Ambassador Petric.
Okay. It says that President Milosevic was claiming as of the 28th of September in the last bullet point that the UÇK has been defeated. The Serbian side is sympathetic towards persons who allowed themselves to be recruited by the UÇK, prospect for an amnesty of certain groups. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Do you recall at the time that Serbian authorities believed that the UÇK had been defeated by the end of September 98?
I think they were pretty confident, but they were also confident before. After they had destroyed the Yashari compound, which is in the spring of 98, I remember that the prefect, Veljko Odalovic, was telling to the German ambassador, the terrorist problem is solved. And I think they were pretty confident that they had grinded the UCK at that stage, which then opened up the opportunity for a bigger international presence, the Kosovo verification mission of the OSCE.
Yes, and we'll get to that point in a second. But if we could just stick to the document now and go to the next page, please. Under the point 2, IDP camps and possible repatriation. The second paragraph there says, during the field visit on 29 September, an IDP camp near Kishna Reka, south of Lapushnik and southeast of Komoran, was inspected. This camp, which is
was
located...
visited. Inspected is the wrong, besucht is the German version, so visited, yeah.
Visited, okay.
Yeah, it's
You can
okay.
appreciate I'm reading in the English, but this camp, which is located at the end of a valley in a wooded area, has already existed for some months. Together with 2 nearby camps, it is said to house 2,500 to 3,000 persons in total. It is estimated, HO, that up to 1,000 people were living in the camp visited. The IDPs, families with small children and elderly people, are living in self-built shacks made of branches and plastic sheeting. I'll stop there. Were you on the visit to the IDP camp?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Can you tell us if this accurately describes the conditions?
Yes, it does. This is the part I have written.
Okay. So your estimate was that it was housing almost up to 3,000 persons in total, together with another camp?
The main camp where we've been, our estimate was about up to 1,000 persons. The HO means Hioat, which means embassy's estimate.
Okay. All right. And then if we go to the last page of the document, please. And the first paragraph there says, and it's talking about an alleged massacre by security forces. It says the field trip also took the contact group ambassadors to the village of Golubovac in the southern region of Drenica, north of Kievo. Out of consideration for witnesses, please do not pass on contact details of location. The undersigned was able to speak with a man who had been shot and wounded, who reported a massacre of a group of young men. It was described in the same terms by villagers questioned separately, including fathers, wives, and children of the victims. Following an attack by the security forces on the evening of 26 September, 15 men were separated from a group of IDPs and taken with their hands on their heads to the other side of the village, where a policeman allegedly executed them with an automatic weapon. Now, my first question to you, witness, is were you part of the field trip that took the contact group ambassadors there?
Yes, but this particular instance, it was not the contact group. It was Ambassador Petric, accompanied by me, talking to this. I don't think that we would have taken the whole contact group convoy there.
Okay. And can you tell us, to the best of your recollection, does this report accurately reflect the circumstances of this reported massacre by Serbian security forces?
Yes.
Okay. And the date of this was the 26th of September, 1998?
When that was the same outing, yes.
Okay. Mr. President, I tender this document into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
IT 0587 P 00557 is admitted.
Your Honors, the document and its English translation will be assigned exhibit number 1D00141, and it's classified as public.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, witness, as you mentioned a few minutes ago, at this point in time, or a few weeks after this, is when the Holbrooke-Milosevic agreement was negotiated, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that would have been around mid-October 1998?
Sometime, yeah.
Okay. Would you agree with me that the circumstances that the KLA found itself in light of the Serbian offensive, the IDPs, and the actions of the Serbian security forces between late July and mid-October 1998 were quite chaotic?
I would agree.
Now, just 1 second, please. Now, were you aware that after the Milosevic-Holbrooke agreement and after the Gedemik-Jovanovic agreement, you do know what that is, correct?
Sort of, yeah.
The Gedemik-Jovanovic agreement was the agreement that
Polish OSCE chairman.
yes, that allowed the Kosovo verification mission to deploy to the FRY, or Kosovo specifically there. Do you recall that?
Yes, I recall that.
Okay. That was also mid-October 1998. Would you agree with me that that provided the KLA with some, an opportunity, if I can put it this way, an opportunity to breathe because there was now a ceasefire in place?
Yes, I would agree.
Okay. Were you aware that following these agreements and the deployment of the Kosovo verification mission, that the Chief of Staff of the Kosovo Liberation Army General Staff ordered the formation of a military court?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay. Were you aware at all that there was an existence of a military court in the KLA?
No, but it was also not my prerogative to look into these matters.
Okay. Do you know a person named Sokol de Bruna?
I wouldn't know anymore. I mean, if you show me a photo of him, I might recognize him.
Okay. Well, he would have been someone who would have been the head of the KLA military court. So you don't
I don't
recall
think
that?
so, no.
Okay. Are you aware that following the Milosevic-Holbrooke agreement and the Gedemik-Jovanovic agreement, the ICRC was able to gain access to some detainees held by the KLA?
No,
Were you aware that following the Gedemik-Jovanovic agreement and the deployment of the Kosovo verification mission, that the OSCE was able to gain access to some detainees held by the KLA?
no.
Okay. Let me show you a document of the ICRC. And if we could have on the screen, please, DHT 03010 to DHT 03089, please. Witness, this is a report of the ICRC, and if we could scroll to the bottom, please, that was only issued in April of 2023, so I'm going to assume you've not seen this before, correct?
Correct, I haven't seen that.
It's a report on detention by non-state armed groups and their obligations under international humanitarian law. And if we could turn to pages 55, actually page 55 at the bottom, which is DHT 3064, please. I'm showing this to you only because you mentioned the Geneva Conventions in your statements, and I want to see what your understanding is of obligations under the Geneva Conventions. The bottom, it talks about defining grounds and procedures to avoid arbitrary detention. It says to avoid people being interned for vague reasons and without effective control, grounds and procedures for internment must be established by the non-state armed group leadership in a set of rules that are respected by non-state armed group members and enforced by the non-state armed group's internal disciplinary system. Thus, non-state armed groups must provide grounds and procedures for internment in rules that are considered binding by all members, which could be their laws, rules, code of conduct, general orders, or similar instructions. Having grounds and procedures established in a non-state armed group document should also provide transparency and predictability to people subjected to internment, which is particularly important for civilians living in areas in which non-state armed groups operate. Now, my first question to you is, in the summer of 1998, were you familiar with international obligations with respect to internment and or detention?
No.
Okay. Do you have any training in legal matters?
I have a superficial training in international law, else I would have not entered the foreign ministry, but I am a non-lawyer. I'm very proud of it.
As you should be. Thank you. If we go to the next page, please. Now, the next paragraph says, the IC understands that in practice, such rules might not exist when the first detainees are taken, and that it may take time and resources to define and implement effective review procedures. At the very least, non-state armed groups should, if they do not have such grounds and procedures in place, take the necessary steps towards defining and implementing them without delay. Now, based on your last answer, I assume that you're not familiar with, under international law, how much time non-state armed groups have to comply with their obligations. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Since you're not familiar with the fact that the KLA General Staff Chief of Staff ordered the formation of a military court and appointed someone to that court, you're not familiar with whether it was Mr. Thaçi's job to oversee the functioning of the military court, are you?
No information on that.
Okay, thank you. Witness, I just have some questions on the following. If we could turn to your statement or your testimony, no, sorry, your statement in the Limai case. And this is U008-1323 to U008-1333. And if we could go to page U008-1329, the paragraph 19, please. If we could just, sorry, that's your witness statement, just so you're familiar. I just wanted to orient you for a second. It's your witness statement to the ICTY, not your trial testimony. Okay? And if we can go to the relevant page, please. Now, at paragraph 19, you talk about when you learned that number 3 was Mr. Thaçi, and in this statement you say, at the meetings that are described above and were held during July and early August of 1998, I may have read that wrong, but it's cut off. After the beginning of August, we started to concentrate on humanitarian issues. I met Hashim Thaçi on several occasions, and very often he was accompanied by Commander Chaliku. Chaliku used to accompany Thaçi to meetings with me and the EU Special Envoy Wolfgang Petrusch. These meetings were often held in or around Banya, which is Limai's home village. When I first met Hashim Thaçi in July 1998, the meeting was arranged by one of my journalist acquaintances. Thaçi introduced himself to me as number 3. I wasn't even interested in his real name, but very soon during the war, he became more of a public figure than a military one, and one couldn't avoid learning his real name. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, that testimony suggests that you didn't learn his real name until sometime after what you say was the 23rd July 1999 meeting, correct?
No, I think that I was told his name before or after the meeting by Dugajin Gorani, who knew Hashim Thaçi from university. But I didn't, it was for me of no importance, because for me, he introduced himself as number 3. His name was not public knowledge. For my report, I just used number 3. And only when he became, or his name became public, would I be using it too.
Okay, but you will agree with me that in this paragraph, it suggests that you weren't interested in his real name, and very soon during the war, when he became more of a political figure, you couldn't avoid learning his real name. That's what you say. You don't mention that Dugajin Gorani told you his real name.
I couldn't avoid, no, that is when I started using his name as well. And as I said, after the first meeting, it took a long time until we could have other meetings.
Okay, yes, and we'll get to that in a second. Mr. President, I tender this one page from the witness statement. And for the, just so the panel can orient itself later, I should be offering the first page so you know what it is and the date of it, and then this one page.
U008, I'm sorry, was there an objection?
No, Your Honor.
U008-1323 to U008-1333 at page U008-1329 is admitted.
And the first page as well? It is, but I think the cover page also would help you when you're,
Repeat what the cover page is then.
Yes.
Have it down.
it's U008-1323 is the first page. Yes, that's the whole range. And then I only want the first page, which is 23, and then the other page, which is the,
They will both be admitted under one exhibit number.
thank you.
Your Honor, those two pages will receive exhibit number 1D00142, and they're marked as confidential.
Mr. President, I think the transcript has stopped.
I think we're back on. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Misitich.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Witness, now turning to what you just discussed, your meetings with Mr. Thaçi that was interrupted. If we could turn your attention to what you said in the Limai case in the trial. This is IT 0366, T667 to T767 at page. Okay, sorry, it's already an admitted exhibit, so I'll get the exhibit number. P1239, oh, sorry, 1209. But perhaps we won't need it, so let me just ask. Actually, we'll put it on the screen. Page 693, please. Beginning at line 24. So let's start there. Line 24, you're asked, Mr. Kickert, did you continue to meet with the KLA after July 1998? Go to the next page, please. Your answer was no. These meetings were interrupted as since sort of mid-July 1998, the Serbian security forces launched an offensive. So the places where I used to meet them, I could not meet them anymore. And then in 1998, in August of 1998, we were concentrating our activities more on the IDP crisis. Through the offensive of the Serbian security forces, a lot of people left their homes. And so we in August tried to see how we could counter that. And at the same time, the U.S. had taken the position to form a negotiation team with LDK representatives only. This decision was endorsed by the contact group. So the KLA was no longer welcome in this negotiation team? Question, nevertheless, did you have occasion to meet with Commander Chiliku again during 1998? Your answer was, yeah. Later on in the fall of 1998, when at that time the KVM, or the Kosovo Verification Mission of the OSCE, was established, we did have contact with the KLA representatives again. It was Hashim Thaçi mainly. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So, as I understand your evidence, you say you met with Hashim Thaçi once in July of 1998, correct?
Correct?
And then did not meet with him again until after the KVM had been deployed to Kosovo.
That is
Correct.
my recollection, yes.
Okay. So, if we know that the KVM was not deployed to Kosovo until the second half of October 1998, that would be the earliest that you could have had a second meeting with Hashim Thaçi.
Yeah, most probably.
Okay. Just while we're on this excerpt, you mentioned that the U.S. had taken the position to form a negotiation team with LDK representatives only. You're referring there to the U.S. taking a position to form a negotiation team that would negotiate on behalf of Kosovo Albanians?
Correct.
Okay. And the position there was that the KLA would be excluded in August of '98 from being able to participate in international negotiations?
Yes, I mean, there was a reluctance of certain U.S. diplomats to include the KLA or to make them too strong in a Kosovo negotiation team.
Okay. And that then became the position of the contact group?
Yes, it was then endorsed by the contact group, yeah. And it was, of course, easy because the Russians never wanted the KLA to be involved to begin with.
Okay. And do you recall if the LDK had taken the position to exclude the KLA from the negotiation team?
There was a very nice cartoon describing our job in Coaditore, where we would get one Albanian to the table and the other one tied to his stool was running away. So we tried to get them always together, and one faction would then say, no, not this way, not that way. So the big frustration we had was trying to form a platform, a group of Kosovo Albanians representing all factions and political colors to unite in one common platform. And that was actually a cumbersome job, and it went back and forth for the longest time, until Rambuya.
Okay. So I understand from that answer then that the LDK had taken a position that if the KLA's there, we won't participate. Is that correct?
The LDK didn't have a friendly attitude towards the KLA at the beginning, when they even denied the existence of the KLA. We also had the FARC armed group, which was financed by the LDK and their government in exile. So there were frictions, political frictions, but I think also frictions on the ground.
When you say the LDK did not have a friendly attitude towards the KLA, can you explain what you mean by that?
They were political rivals.
Okay. And why would the LDK perceive the KLA as a political rival?
A threat to their political monopoly?
Okay. To the LDK's political monopoly?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Now, again, in the Limai trial, this is the same document we have on the screen. If we could turn to page 739, please. If we could go to line 17, please. You're asked there, of course, the question is, of course, you state that towards the end of 1998, you met with Mr. Limai together with Mr. Thaçi in, should say, Banya, I believe, correct?
Correct.
And your answer is, yeah, that's correct, a meeting with Ambassador Petric, where I was there as well.
Yes.
Question, was that around November 1998? Your answer, it could well be. It was winter, that's for sure, and foggy, and I think we were late. And we already drove back when we were called on our cell phones to return so that meeting could take place. Does that refresh your recollection of when the meeting with Mr. Thaçi and Mr. Limai in Banya took place?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and that would be November, or the winter of 1998, as you said?
Yes.
Okay. Let me show you a newspaper article from, and I've already been cautioned about my French, so my German's going to be
Even worse.
questionable. Yes, let's put it that way. But I'll just use my English. Der Standard, right? DHT 03915 in the German, and DHT 03915 ET in the English. And this is an article that appeared on the 14th/15th November 1998, and reports on a meeting that Mr. Petric had with KLA representatives. In the German, if we could scroll up, please, it's a picture, so I hope we can blow that up without losing legibility. Bottom right-hand portion of the screen, where it says Petric. There we go. Are you able to read that, witness?
Yeah.
Okay. It says, Petric met with KLA representatives, the EU Special Representative for Kosovo, the Austrian ambassador in Belgrade, Wolfgang Petric, met with a delegation from the Kosovo Albanian Underground Army, KLA. The proposal for an interim solution presented by the USA was discussed on Thursday, the news agency Beta from Belgrade reported on Friday, citing a report in the Albanian language newspaper Kohaditor in Pristina. The KLA is of the opinion that a political solution to the Kosovo crisis should be sought between the KLA, the leadership in Belgrade, and the international community. Without the participation of the underground army, there could be no lasting political process, said Petric. Is the English accurate, accurately reflect the German?
Yes.
Okay. Does that refresh your recollection about what may have been a meeting with Mr. Thaçi in mid-November 1998 and Mr. Petric?
That could well be that meeting, yes.
Okay. Well, it's in November, and you
Yeah.
just said that it was November in the winter of 98, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Mr. President, I tender the newspaper article into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
DHT 915 in the German and English is admitted.
Your Honor, this document will receive exhibit number 1D00143. It's classified as public.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'll show you another newspaper article, witness. It's DHT 03916 in the, actually in the Albanian LDK Bulletin. And in the English, it's DHT 03916 ET. That's from the 3rd of December, 1998. Now, I'll read the report. It says, on December 3rd, well, let me read the headline. A delegation of the KLA Political Directorate met with Wolfgang Petric, and it states, it's a report from the 5th of December. It says, on December 3rd, 1998, a delegation of the Political Directorate of the Kosovo Liberation Army, consisting of Hashim Thaçi and Bardal Mahmouti, met with Mr. Wolfgang Petric European Union Commissioner for Kosovo, and his delegation, as well as Mr. Jan Kickert, Secretary of the Austrian Embassy in Belgrade, and a delegation from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Austria. The meeting was organized at the invitation of Mr. Petric and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Austria. The meeting discussed the political situation in the region and the trend of deterioration, as well as the recent provocations of the Serbian forces that seriously provoke our self-restraint. They also talked about the Hill-Petric project on the solution of the Kosovo problem for the political process as an insurmountable necessity for the solution of the Kosovo issue. The two parties agreed on the need to organize an international conference for Kosovo, reports the general headquarters of the KLA. Now, witness, you're mentioned in the article as having been present for this meeting. Do you recall a meeting where Mr. Thaçi and Mr. Mahmouti were present?
I tried to wrap my head around where this took place.
Well, I'm going to suggest to you that it took place in Vienna.
I think you're right.
Okay. So, do you recall having a meeting with them in Vienna?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Now,
Yes.
since you refreshed my memory.
Yes. Okay. Do you recall whether the content of the discussion is as reflected in this newspaper article?
Yes, it was always about a document which was first drafted by the Americans, and then it became a joint document which should have been the solution or for the pacification of the conflict.
Okay. Thank you, witness. Mr. President, I tender this document into evidence.
Objection.
No objection.
DHT 916 in Albanian and English is admitted.
Your Honors, that will become 1D00144, and classification is public.
Thank you.
Thank you. Witness, on the issue of your telephone communication with Mr. Thaçi, given that you didn't meet with him the second time until mid-November 1998, I'm going to suggest that your telephone communications with him didn't happen before November of 1998.
I would not be able to tell you anymore.
Okay, all right. And in light of these conversations that we've seen, the two newspaper articles I've showed you, would you say that Mr. Thaçi was a person that was pursuing a military or a political solution to the resolution of the conflict?
He was our contact point for a political solution.
Okay, all right. Turning to Rambouillet, you attended the Rambouillet conference at the beginning of 1999, correct?
Correct.
And your main role was to liaise with the Kosovo delegation and report back on their work to Ambassador Petric?
Correct.
Okay. You told the SPO in your witness statement at paragraph 57 that it was your impression in Rambouillet that before signing the agreement, Mr. Thaçi had to consult several people and he did not dare sign without consulting them. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. If I could show you another exhibit, it's IT 0587 P 02658 in the original German, and same number with an E at the end for the English translation. Witness, do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell us what it is?
It is a report I have drafted at the end of the Rambouillet talks, summarizing them.
Okay.
I'd be interested to have it, by the way.
I'm sorry?
I'd be interested to have it. I don't. I haven't seen it since I drafted it,
Okay.
to my recollection.
Okay. Well, we can scroll through it if you wish, but
No, it's okay.
if we could go to, first of all, are you the author of the document?
Yes.
Yeah. If we could go to page 2, please. And if we could scroll, there we go. The paragraph that on the current screen is second from the bottom that begins Thaçi. Do you see that? Sorry, that's in the English.
It's the middle of the page in German, Mr.
Yeah,
Michel.
it has just the extra word there, but yes, in the middle of the page there. You see that? Don't ask me to say it in German.
No, it's fine. Just leave the. Just trying to find the German part.
It starts with delegation.
Okay, delegation. Yeah, that. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So there it's written, Thaçi, the KLA head of the delegation. It should just be, well, let me stop right there. He was the head of the delegation regardless of.
Yeah,
the fact
I
he's-
wrote in German, head of delegation Thaçi, brackets UCK, was not able to the level of his responsibility, which was resting on him. He was not able to cope with it.
Yes, but first let's just, some foundation here. What you wrote in the original German is that Mr. Thaçi was the head of the Albanian delegation,
Yes,
and he came from the ranks of the UCK.
correct.
Okay. And then it says in the English translation, he could not withstand the responsibility placed upon him and the pressure exerted upon him by the international community and the KLA commanders in the field. And then you put open paren, cell phone effect, close
Yes,
paren, close quote, close paren.
that's my observation in Rambouillet, that he was constantly on the phone, on his cell phone, and our observation, our assessment was that he was under extreme pressure not to sign up to the Rambouillet agreement.
Pressure from whom?
From KLA, also Adem Demaci, who was at that time still sort of the spokesperson or political representative, if you like, of the KLA. We even arranged that Mr. Thaçi met Adem Demaci in Ljubljana, in Slovenia. We tried everything to convince him, even bringing in Nobel Prize winners in Albanian literature to convince him. So, but he was not in the position to sign off to the agreement.
Do you know why the KLA commanders were opposed to signing on?
I think, which turned out then afterwards because it involved the dissolution of the KLA.
Okay. If we could, I tender this report into evidence, Mr. President.
IT 0587P02658, excuse me, in German and English is admitted.
Your Honors, that will receive exhibit number 1D00145, and the classification is public.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, you've said that the commanders in the field were opposed to the dissolution of the KLA, but it's a fact that the international community at Rambouillet was insisting that that was an absolute requirement for the deal to happen, correct?
Correct.
Okay. If I can show you another diplomatic correspondence, it's IT 0587 P02660 in the German original, and the same number with an E at the end for the translation. Witness, do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It is a report I've written in Rambouillet. The way I was able to communicate, I was communicating to the embassy in Belgrade with a special codification, and they then could feed it into the Foreign Ministry network.
Okay. If we go to page 2 of this document, please. And the date is the 22nd of February, 99. And at the top of the page, in English, it says Thaçi is said to have spoken in favor of a continuation. We could just check, I'm not sure where it is in the German.
Probably have to scroll
Second
up.
paragraph, there it is, yeah. The second paragraph,
Yeah.
there, yes. Thaçi is said to have spoken in favor of a continuation of the KLA's armed struggle. From Tirana, we have learned that the KLA has now, for the first time, appointed a supreme commander, Suleiman Salimi, who up to now has been commander of the Drenica faction, which is regarded as extremist. In a last-ditch attempt, the Kosovars wanted to take out the wording "a mechanism for" and replace the words "the people" with "its people." And then the 3 negotiation objectives are declared a referendum after an interim period, the continued existence of the KLA and its transformation into a sort of gendarmerie, and the stationing of NATO troops. And the response from the international community was the Kosovar delegation was informed by Albright, amongst others, that the referendum and the continued existence of the KLA were out of the question. Also stressed in this connection were the grave and irreparable consequences of a Kosovar rejection of the draft agreement. Does that accurately reflect the tensions there in Rambouillet?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Mr. President, I tender this document in evidence.
No objection.
IT 0587 P002660 in German and English is admitted.
Just a correction, Your Honor. It's IT 0587 P02660. And it will be admitted as 1D00146. Classification is public.
Thank you.
Thank you. Witness, I'd like to show you an interview that Wolfgang Petrich gave in 2017 in his recollections about Rambouillet, and see if it accords with your recollection. It's DHT 03918 to DHT 03940 ET, and the same numbers in the original German without the ET on the end. And if we could go to page DHT 03932, which should be page 15 in the document, please. If we could scroll down toward the bottom in the English, please. Yes. So there, he's asked, Hashim Thaçi was the youngest member of the Kosovan delegation. He was 29 years old at the time. How would you assess his role at the time? Dr. Petrich says, Thaçi's age and inexperience were 2 factors that we had to take into account. I remember the first personal conversations with him when he slowly began to realize that he had perhaps been too rash in seeking this position. After all, it meant taking responsibility for the fate of not just the UÇK, but the future of Kosovo as a whole. Undoubtedly, a heavy burden for an inexperienced negotiator, but he learned quickly. Towards the end of the negotiations, when the foreign ministers met in Rambouillet to hear from the two heads of the negotiating teams whether they could now agree to the draft in principle, Thaçi was visibly drawn and made a point of the impression. If we can go to the next page, please. Of the impression of being extremely overwhelmed. Now, if we stop there, did you have similar impressions of Mr. Thaçi's state of mind at this point of the Rambouillet negotiations?
Yes, I did.
Okay. It goes on, in this situation, just a few minutes before the final meeting with the foreign ministers, Joschka Fischer and I had it's no exaggeration to say, dramatically tense conversation with Thaçi, because in his panic, he was obviously unwilling to give a clear answer to the decisive question from the assembled contact group foreign ministers. To agree and possibly face the deadly revenge of his UÇK, or to refuse and thus cause the conference to fail. This briefly and succinctly describes the alternative scenarios facing him. And then I realized, okay, dear friend, you hadn't thought about the consequences of taking over the leadership of the delegation, namely having to sign the dissolution of the UÇK. That was also the key point of my very intensive discussion with Thaçi. If he agrees to the disarmament of the UÇK, then he runs the risk of being seen as a traitor to the UÇK, and then he is no longer sure of his life when he returns. Did you have similar, does that accurately reflect what you understood to be Mr. Thaçi's position at the time, or the position he was in?
I wouldn't subscribe to that he was no longer sure of his life, but he was under extreme pressure, visibly, and not in a position to make any decision. He was looking straight and not even able to listen what was said to him.
Okay. And the reason for that was what?
That he was under extreme pressure from all sides.
Yes, and he was under extreme pressure not to dissolve the
UCK.
The UCK, okay. If we go on in the interview, in the next paragraph, he says, Dr. Petric says, it was clear to us that the red line for the Kosovars was the dissolution of the UÇK, and the red line for Belgrade was the security guarantee by international troops in Kosovo, i.e. practically foreign troops on Yugoslav territory. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And if we go to the next paragraph, I just wanted to look at the last sentence in the section that says, the question was, has Hashim Thaçi fulfilled the expectations in the international community? And then the last sentence says, it was supposed to be a consultation process with the local commanders to persuade them to agree to the deal. You can read the whole paragraph there if you wish to get the context.
Yes.
Okay. Did you understand that if a deal was going to get done, there was going to have to be a process where the negotiation wound up going to Kosovo to speak to local commanders to convince them to sign on to the deal?
It was clear that we were not in a position to get a deal done in Rambouillet. So the idea which was developed is to have a consultation time, and we would reconvene again after this consultation time.
And part of that consultation time, as we saw in the prosecution's questions, involved even Dr. Petric and other international diplomats going to meet with local commanders to convince them to sign on to the deal, correct?
Correct.
And is that because you had come to the conclusion that Hashim Thaçi could not on his own, did not have the authority on his own to sign on behalf of the KLA?
Correct.
Okay. Mr. President, I note the time. This might be a good time for a break. Actually, could I tender the interview of Dr. Petric? I tender that as well. No, I think it's.
You only
several.
listed one page when you,
I turned the page though, so let me find the right.
so it'd be 3-3.
Yes, exactly. I tender DHT 03932 and DHT 03933.
Yes. That will be admitted.
Your Honors, those two pages will receive exhibit number 1D00147. Classification is confidential.
Thank you. Witness will take a half hour, or actually an hour and a half break for lunch. You will be excused from the courtroom now. Please do not speak to anybody about your testimony. You may join the court usher to leave the room. We will reconvene at 2:30. We're adjourned until 2:30.
All rise. All rise.
Please be seated. Can you give us a rough estimation of your time remaining?
I think I'll be done within an hour and hopefully less. And while I'm on my feet, Mr. President, I had one matter to raise, a housekeeping matter. The last exhibit that was admitted, the interview of Mr. Petric, which is 1D147, is currently confidential, and we see no reason why it can't be public. Thank you.
Unless there's a prosecution objection,
None, Your Honor.
it will be reclassified as public. Madam Court Usher, you can bring the witness in. All right, witness, we will continue with questions from the Thaçi defense. Mr. Misitich, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Madam Court Officer, if we could please have on the screen Exhibit 1D145, page 2, please. And good afternoon again, Mr. Kickert. I'm just going to put back on the screen a document you've already seen, which is a Austrian embassy diplomatic correspondence. And you recall the document?
Yes.
Okay, if we could go to page 2, please. And if we could go to the bullet point that starts with basic agreement. Yes, sorry. Basic agreement, right in the middle of the screen in English. Have you found it in German?
Neither, no.
I want to. We're having fun today, so watching me try to speak foreign languages. Kosovarische sites?
Yeah,
There we go.
wasn't
Okay,
bad. Yeah.
That's the one, okay.
Yeah.
All right. The paragraph starts, basic agreement on the Kosovar side for the unilateral declaration, which was achieved after a chaotic and dramatic final session in which Hill exclaimed, "Do you want NATO or not?" and in which Suroy and not Thaçi first signed at about 1620 hours. First of all, do you recall that scene?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And then it says, the ministry was notified by fax on 23 February, and then 3 points. The delegation could only sign the agreement in 14 days' time after consultations with the people and the institutions of Kosovo. We've discussed that before the lunch break, correct?
Correct.
Then it says Kosovo would hold a referendum in 3 years' time, and that was an independence referendum?
That was the position of the Kosovo delegation, the Kosovo Albanian delegation.
Yes.
In the agreement itself, there was no reference to the word referendum. It was describing around the will of the people.
Okay. And then the third point says the KLA intended to be transformed in line with the agreement with bilateral support, i.e. the USA. Now, before we talked about how the international community was insisting that the KLA be disbanded, and this point is talking about transformation. Did you understand at the time what they wanted to transform into?
Not necessarily what they were intending, but we were always talking about that there will be a police force. So the KLA, the UCK, had an idea of that some of their people would go into the police forces. And this was also the example given by Ambassador Petric of the Austrian experience, that after the Second World War, we did not have an army, but we had a police force, a special police force, which eventually grew into our army.
Okay. And then it says, with bilateral support, or sorry, first let me start with in line with the agreement. Did you understand what they meant by that transformation being in line with the agreement? Was there a provision in the agreement that would allow that?
There was no mention of specific transformation of the KLA, but there was sort of within the agreement, the U.S. saw a chance for this transformation of KLA or part of the KLA.
Okay. And then let me turn to what happened next. We mentioned before that you and Mr. Petric on the 5th of March 1999 met with local KLA authorities to try to convince them to agree to the Rambouillet proposal. Is that correct?
Yeah, I don't think that necessarily they were local KLA. I think they saw themselves as the top of the KLA structure.
Fair enough. I meant as opposed to the delegation in France.
Yeah, locally in Kosovo.
Yes, okay. And as you've seen, there's a video of that discussion, and I'll just take you to the transcript, which is 061427, and, sorry, that's P01221 is the admitted exhibit number. And if we could go to page 14 of that document. And if we start at line 7, now this is Mr. Petric speaking in the video. You're present, correct?
I was present, yes.
Okay. Now, Mr. Petric says, but to the KLA representatives there, but to say something else about the KLA, there is going to be the possibility to preserve the political structures of the KLA. And whenever there is, whatever develops, and whenever there is an independent Kosovo, I'm sure you will be very quick in setting up your army. But let's take the first step first. Now, what did you understand Mr. Petric to be referring to when he said there's going to be the possibility to preserve the political structures of the KLA?
That they would be part and parcel of any political structure, meaning a governance structure after the war.
Okay. That government structure.
Or after the agreement, sorry.
Right.
There was no war at that time.
Yeah. Did you understand at the time that political structures was referring to representations that were being made that there would be a provisional government of Kosovo following the Rambouillet agreement if it were to be reached?
There were provisions on a governance structure in the Rambouillet agreement. I don't have it by heart, and I have never looked into it after these 25 years anymore. But there were such provisions given, and it was also an interim agreement. It was not meant to be for the eternity.
Yes. Now, as we see in what Mr. Petric is doing here, the part of the effort to convince the commanders on the ground that they should agree to Rambouillet and agree to disband the KLA was that there would be this other structure set up, the Provisional Government of Kosovo, where they could continue to exist, but in the form of a provisional government, a civilian government, rather than a military.
As a political force, a transformation into political force, as other guerrilla forces have transformed themselves as well.
Okay, and that was intended in part to help convince the KLA commanders on the ground, but also to help Mr. Thaçi convince them as well.
Indeed, because what they were asked to sign up to is to dissolve themselves, dissolve their positions and their status, if you like.
Okay. Let's talk about this provisional, what had been discussed about the formation of a provisional government of Kosovo. And if I could pull up a U.S. diplomatic cable, and this is DHT 0535 to DHT 01540, a cable from the 12th of April, 1999. I know you likely have not seen this document before, correct?
Very, very, very correct, yes.
Okay. You can see that there's a discussion. It's in April. At the bottom of the screen, it says, participants include the Secretary of State, Alexander Vershbow, James Dobbins. Do you know who those people were?
Well, first I saw that it was drafted by Larry Rossin, so I know who he is. He was the U.S. representative on the ground. Vershbow, yes, I heard of him, yes. I don't think that I met him. As it says, it's the U.S. Perm Rep to NATO. Dobbins was the special advisor to the president, yes, on Kosovo, yeah.
Okay, if we turn the page. James Rubin was a participant. Do you know who James Rubin is?
Very much so. He was in Rambouillet as well. He was the, if you like, the spokesperson of Madeleine Albright.
Okay. David Sheffer, you've heard of him?
Yes.
Okay. And it says there are KLA participants as well, Jakub Krasniqi and Bilal Sharifi. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. If we go to the next page, please. And now you see there in paragraph 7, it says Mr. Krasniqi made 3 specific requests on behalf of the Kosovar Albanians and the KLA. And the last bullet point there is diplomatic recognition of the new provisional government of Kosovo, led by Hashim Thaçi. You could scroll up, please. That government is built on the foundation and in the spirit of the Rambouillet Accords. It has places reserved for Rugova's Democratic League of Kosovo, which, however, due possibly to Milosevic and his police pressure, had not been able to nominate its members yet. The new government is comprised of young people with fresh ideas, striving for unity, oriented towards the West and the U.S. Now, were you aware of efforts? Well, let me finish the document. If we could go 2 pages forward, please, to see the Secretary's response. Towards the bottom of the page, please. It says, Secretary Albright stressed the need for a broad-based Kosovo provisional government. It was good places had been reserved for the LDK, and it was important to continue to reach out to Rugova. While we could not recognize the provisional government, we would certainly want to work with it in practice. We were all confused about Rugova's status. He had to be under duress as he made his recent statements of support for a political deal. Now, were you aware at the time of the diplomatic efforts that the provisional government of Kosovo would be the new government, provisional government, obviously, of Kosovo following the NATO campaign?
Not that I remember that we were part of that discussion. Ambassador Petric and I, we left Belgrade the day the bombing started. We were then based in Vienna, and our contacts were, we went into Montenegro twice from Croatia to talk to Đukanović. I was often in Macedonia, what do you call it now, North Macedonia, and I was also in Albania to stay in touch with KLA figures. Okay. And also look after our local staff, which was able to flee to Macedonia.
Okay, but let me ask it a different way. When the NATO campaign started, that was before any discussion of a UN Security Council resolution where UNMIK would be the law in Kosovo, correct?
That is correct. Okay. But we were not involved, to my recollection, in these talks. Because also Security Council resolution, it was without Ambassador Petric. It was then with Mr. Ahtisaari as the EU person in charge.
Okay. Well, let me ask this. As of when the KLA agreed in March to Rambouillet, to the Rambouillet agreement, what was your understanding of what was to come in Kosovo in terms of what the government structure would be there?
to be honest, in the moment the war started, I was not thinking of that. It was something which was unimaginable to us. So I would not be able to say. I mean, we had then, after the war, what we encountered as UNMIK was such a provisional government under Hashim Thaçi. And this was in competition, if you so like, with the UN administration, UNMIK, which was charged with running the country under 1244.
Okay, but were you familiar with the fact that prior to a discussion about a UN administration of Kosovo, the idea was that there would be a provisional government of Kosovo, which would include not only the KLA, but also other political...
That was always the thinking, that it had to be an amalgam of all the Kosovo representatives and not only one faction of the Kosovo political spectrum.
Yes. And were you aware that the LDK, as it's reflected in the cable, was not participating in it?
During the bombing, there were, I think, even two, but at least one staged meeting of Mr. Rugova with Mr. Milosevic. Mr. Rugova stayed behind in Kosovo, was used as a pawn, I would say. So he was a bit discredited. I also think that the LDK was in disarray. That was also confirmed when I contacted them after the bombing, when I returned to Kosovo in June 1999. They were very insecure, and some even didn't want to meet up with me and didn't see a political role at the beginning for themselves. So they were in real disarray.
So can you explain why you say Mr. Rugova was a pawn and had been discredited?
Because if you were taken out of Pristina to a meeting in Belgrade with Mr. Milosevic, the same person who, in an operation which our military intelligence found out before it happened, the Operation Horseshoe, to ethnically cleanse Kosovo from Kosovo Albanians, then you know that this was not something he either wanted to do and just could not avoid it, because he was, if you want, a prisoner in Pristina.
So in whose eyes was he discredited by this?
I think certainly by the KLA, but also in the Kosovo public in general.
Okay. And Operation Horseshoe, can you explain what the intelligence was?
The intelligence was that the Yugoslav and Serbian forces would drive out the Kosovo Albanian population into the neighboring countries, Albania and Macedonia, North Macedonia, in the form of a horseshoe, driving them out of the center to the periphery and then into the neighboring countries.
Okay. And was that intelligence relayed on to partner states?
I suppose so. I got it from my military attaché.
Okay. Thank you. Let me ask you a few questions about the following. You've stated in your SPO statement that both Mr. Thaçi and Mr. Vesely expressed the resolve of the KLA to cooperate and participate in a government of national unity or a roundtable. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And you told the SPO that in your subsequent meeting with Jakub Krasniqi, Ram Buja, and Fatmir Limaj on the 30th of July, it became apparent to you that the KLA was already discussing a form of government including different factions of Kosovar Albanians. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So that was as of the end of July 1998.
Indeed, if I may elaborate. So the idea was, as I mentioned before, to get a joint Kosovo-Albanian platform or group or negotiation team, or they wanted to call it government, whatever. We didn't care as long as it was a united group which could represent them and be able to participate in negotiations with Belgrade.
Okay. And now turning to the situation following the NATO campaign. That's when you returned to Kosovo, correct?
Correct.
And you opened the Austrian office in Pristina, correct?
The Austrian antenna of the Austrian embassy in Belgrade at the time. We had to be careful how to call it.
Okay. And then in August, you became the political advisor to the special representative of the Secretary General of UNMIK, that's Mr. Kushner, correct?
I became a political advisor, one of the 2, 3.
Okay. And you again, in that capacity, served as a liaison with the Albanian side, is that correct?
That is correct.
What were your duties between June and August working for the Austrian antenna?
We were engaged also before in the area of education. We had Austrian NGOs working on the ground. I was trying to convince UNMIK, for whom I was not working yet, to take over some of the NGO people. We would have financed them because UNMIK was charged to run a territory without having any idea how to do it. There was one officer in charge of education in the summer of '99, shortly before the school year should begin, with tens and hundreds of thousands of refugees returning. The UN was simply overwhelmed, but could not accept secondments, as the UN's policy was that it was not possible. So I was dealing with that. I was dealing with, of course, trying to liaise with KFOR. Austria had a contingent with KFOR, although being not a NATO member. So I was very often in the area in Suvareca, where the Austrian military was based.
Before I continue, I have run afoul of the President's request that I tender documents on time, and I forgot to tender the U.S. State Department cable, which I tender as DHT 01535 to DHT 01540.
Any objection to that?
Yes, Your Honor. I think the witness said he doesn't know the cable, wasn't in Pristina at the time, and aside from generalities, didn't have anything to say about the document.
He if I may, he did identify the participants in the meeting and what their roles were.
DHT 01535 to DHT 01540 is admitted and will be assigned a exhibit number.
Your Honors, the document will be assigned 1D00148, and there is no classification indicated in legal workflow at the moment for this document.
Also, before you finish with this witness, the MFI 122. Also, before you finish with this witness, the MFI 1227 will be admitted under 138, meeting its prima facie standard. It's authentic, it's relevant, it's probative value, it has probative value, and it's not outweighed by its any prejudicial effect. I say it now so that you have an opportunity to ask questions about that if you wish to.
Thank you.
Your Honors, document with the RNSPO E00203-094 to 203-096, which was previously MFI, will now become Exhibit P01227. Classification is confidential. And if we can have a clarification regarding the 1D00148, please.
That could be public.
Thank you.
Thank you. Witness, with apologies for that interruption. When you got back to Kosovo, were you following the news?
Sure.
I mean, the news in Kosovo.
Yes.
Okay. Were you monitoring statements made by Albanian leaders?
Yes.
You describe in your SPO statement the situation of minorities in Kosovo in 1999, and you note that the situation of Serbs was rather complicated, correct?
Yes.
You specifically say that there was an exodus of Serbs from Kosovo, correct?
Correct.
And you state in paragraph 61 of your SPO interview, quote, "There were certainly repercussions against Serbs and against Roma, and with the Roma being accused of being collaborators with the Serbs in general. In response to reports within the Kosovar Albanian community that the Roma were looting Albanian houses, the Albanian community would expel Roma families." Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. What kind of repercussions did Serbs face?
Evictions, being expelled, and there were also killings.
Did you have an understanding that these acts or repercussions were to a certain extent revenge for crimes that had been committed against Albanians?
This was the assumption, yes.
Were you aware at the time, given that you say you were following the statements of Kosovo Albanian leaders, that Mr. Thaçi had made repeated statements calling for Serbs to stay in Kosovo and to build a multi-ethnic society?
I'm sure he did, yeah.
Do you recall that you were able to follow those?
Yeah, I think that was in line with his policy, so I couldn't recall it now specifically.
Okay. Let me show you some examples. If we could now put up Exhibit P1227, which has just been admitted. The title of the memo is Deployment of Russian K4 Contingent. And if we could scroll to below the blacked out portion. It says, "There have also been demonstrations against the deployment of Russians in Orahovac and Malishevo. In Orahovac, our acting district administrator, Mark Baskin, was informed last week by Albanian leaders that, quote, if the Russians are deployed, they would all depart to Albania, close quote. The concern over the deployment of the Russian troops in particular is particularly acute in Orahovac, where unconfirmed reports attribute some anti-Albanian crimes in the March to June 1999 period to, quote, Russian mercenaries, close quote, operating alongside Serbian paramilitaries. We have been informed confidentially by General Jackson that negotiations are still ongoing on exactly where they would deploy." Now, this is dated 14 July 1999. Were you aware of this problem of Russian troops being deployed to areas with significant Albanian populations?
Yes, I was aware. The Russians made quite a coup that before the NATO troops could enter from Albania and Macedonia, North Macedonia, they transported some of their troops stationed in Bosnia into Kosovo, into Pristina, and also into the airport of Pristina. And then there were ongoing negotiations where to station them and pushing them out of the airport to have control of the airport. And this was a lasting issue of where to station them in areas where not only Albanian population was, but where there had been some atrocities and a lot of frictions in the 1998-99 period.
Okay. So there was a lot of ethnic Albanian resistance to their deployment. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. If we could go to Exhibit P1229, please. And this is a code cable dated 17 July discussing a meeting on the 16th of, I think it should be 16th of July, but it says 16th of June, 1999. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And it discusses a meeting of the Kosovo Transitional Council. Can you explain what the Kosovo Transitional Council was?
Yes, I mean, to be on the record, I was not working for UNMIK in July still, but I was dealing with the Kosovo Transitional Council afterwards, also expanding it. The idea of the Kosovo Transitional Council is to bring all stakeholders together, politicians, but also independents, different ethnic communities which were living in Kosovo, and this Transitional Council tried to smooth, in a way, the arrival of UNMIK, stabilize the situation, and then also transform this into, in the later stage, into something where there could be some kind of co-ownership of the administration of Kosovo.
Okay. If we could turn to page 4 of this document, please. Can you tell us who Bishop Artemije is?
He was a Serbian Orthodox bishop, which was residing in Kosovo, Gračanica.
Okay, the paragraph on the screen, I'll read it out. It says, most members made statements of principle. Artemije stressed that the majority of crimes and acts of violence were committed against Serbs and other non-Albanians. He called on the UÇK, and in particular on Thaçi, to put an end to this. Thaçi answered that he had already made very strong statements distancing himself from crimes against non-Albanians. He had done that while being under a lot of pressure, as there were still 6,000 to 7,000 Albanian political prisoners in Serbia. If I stop there. Do you recall that being an issue in the summer of 1999, thousands of Albanian political prisoners being held in Serbia?
I would not be able to put a number on political prisoners, but there were certainly, including Albin Kurti, who is now the Prime Minister of Kosovo and whom I have known as a student leader, and who was then the assistant of Adem Demaci.
Okay. And then if you go to the next bullet point, Mr. Kushner then thanks all for their statements. And then then he goes on, it was important to agree on concrete actions to improve the security situation. He proposed that Serb and Albanian leaders, and then the third bullet point is, appear together with the SRSG on radio and TV to urge an end to the violence. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I'd like to show you, so this is a meeting on the 16th. I've shown you now on the 14th, there's a problem in Rahovec with the deployment of Russian troops. There's a meeting on the 16th, and then if we could play a video of Mr. Thaçi's trip the next day to Brachovec after this discussion. It's 1D 124. If we could play it with sound, please.
Qyteti juaj, ashtu siç ka ditur vazhdimisht, do t'jeni edhe sot të ndajë të mirën, të ndajë të keqen, të ndajë atë të cilën nuk është e kapshme, nuk është e respektueshme për orientimet tona, për të ardhmen tonë. Megjithatë, sot ja kemi realitet.
However, we have a time not to think too much about revenge or hatred or divisions. Today is the time of unification, and for this unification, each of us has to play a crucial role, from ordinary citizens, politicians, and all the public people, without any discrimination, political affiliation, ideology, province, religion, or any other affiliation. We should be the ones who, unlike never before, unite for the independence of Kosovo. We do not need an ethnic town, but we need to respect all those who want to live in town. But as free citizens, law-abiding citizens, as citizens who do not think about confrontations, and as citizens who did not participate in massacres committed against our brothers, sisters, and our parents. We will respect all those worthy of respect, but we will also not allow anyone to shield criminals in the town of Brachovec. We're also not going to allow anarchy in town. No anarchy and no spirit of intolerance whatsoever is going to be allowed in Kosovo. Because, as we have often shown ourselves, we will show ourselves again that we are the ones who have always respected and will always keep respecting the rules of democratic order. As we respected that in the past, we are going to respect that in the future too.
Now, just waiting for the interpretation to finish. Witness, a few minutes ago, you said that you were aware of Mr. Thaçi's statements about crimes and that they were consistent with his policy. Do you recall saying that? And is this video consistent with your understanding at the time of what Mr. Thaçi's policy was?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And it's his policy concerning the rights of non-Albanian ethnicities to live in Kosovo.
Yes, the problem was that we didn't have a judicial system, so he also mentioned those who did not commit any crimes, so that nobody should be shielded, and that was the big challenge, because UNMIK didn't have any structures in place yet of the judiciary to go after accusations of war crimes at the time.
Okay. Whose authority was it to investigate and prosecute war crimes?
It should be structures set up by UNMIK.
Is there a reason that UNMIK did not have those structures set up?
It was totally overwhelmed. The UN has never done an administration of a territory, and it was very slow to get into motion. I mentioned the area of education. The UN was totally unprepared for this mission.
Okay. If we could look at another document, please. SITF 4000042 to 4000043, please. And this is a code cable dated 26 July 1999. It's a political report sent from Mr. Kushner to UN in New York for the events of 19 to 26 July. If we could go to page 2, please. And if we could go to, the last paragraph. The heading of the subsection is, but all Serb-Albanian cooperation is put on hold due to the massacre at Gracko. Are you familiar with that massacre?
Yeah, I think it was the massacre where Serb farmers who were harvesting were killed, and I think it was a big number. I don't have it in my head, but I guess it was 14 or something like that.
Okay. And the paragraph reads, other confidence-building measures, in particular joint Serb-Albanian visits to Gnjilan and Mitrovica, as well as the next Kosovo Transitional Council, scheduled for 26 July, were canceled by the Serbs after the massacre of 14 Serbs at Gracko, south of Pristina, on 23 July. The SRSG, together with Bishop Artemije, visited the families of the victims on 24 July. The SRSG promised to be personally involved in the investigations. He underlined that the international community had not liberated Kosovo to provide an umbrella for crimes against innocent civilians. Mr. Thaçi and General Ceku from the UÇK both distanced themselves from the crime and offered their help in the investigations. Gracko could be a big blow to UNMIK's efforts to establish a climate of security and cooperation between the different national communities. It is important to keep the Serbs on board, otherwise the extremists of Gracko would have achieved their goal. Now, you joined UNMIK shortly after this incident?
Yes.
Okay. Were you familiar with the impact that the Gracko incident could have on achieving Serb-Albanian cooperation?
Absolutely.
Okay. Do you recall whether Mr. Thaçi was cooperative in any efforts by the SRSG and UNMIK to alleviate the tension that had been caused by this incident?
As it also stated here, yes.
Okay. Now, if we could scroll, yes, the paragraph above, we can keep it on the screen. One additional point, that paragraph says, to improve the security situation and to establish confidence-building measures, the SRSG, together with Mr. Trajkovic and Mr. Thaçi, visited several occupied Serb flats in Pristina on 22 July. Now, Mr. Trajkovic, can you explain who he was? Do you recall?
Yeah, that was Mr. Momčilo Trajković. He was a representative of the Kosovo Serbs from Gračanica.
Thank you, Mr. President. I tender this document into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
SITF 4000042 to SITF 4000043 is admitted.
Your Honors, the document will be assigned exhibit number 1D00149. Classification is confidential.
I believe it can be
Thank
public. I believe it can be public.
I'm sorry.
I believe the classification can be public.
Okay. Any objection to that?
None.
Document will be reclassified as public.
Thank you. Witness, were you aware of the fact that Mr. Thaçi had been making efforts to go directly to Serb civilians, visit them, visit their flats, and try to inspire some confidence for them to stay in Kosovo?
Yeah, in general, yes.
Okay. I'd like to show you some pictures from some of those visits. It's DHT 00894 to DHT 00898, please. And these are pictures of the visit that's referenced in the code cable we just looked at. Can you identify any particular individuals in this picture?
Yes. At the very front to the right, that is Berna Kushner. Then there's Hashim Thaçi. The gentleman next to him, I don't know, but it could be Mr. Chevalier. We have to the very left, we have Father Sava of the Dečani Monastery, who was at that time, together with Bishop Artemije, residing in Gračanica.
Okay. Can we go to the next picture, please? Again, can you identify the individuals in this picture?
Again, Father Sava, Hashim Thaçi, and Berna Kushner.
For the record, Mr. Thaçi in the picture has a child sitting in his lap, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Next picture, please. This would be Mr. Kushner and Father Sava?
Correct.
You don't recognize anyone else, correct?
No, I don't know the lady, no.
Okay. And the next picture, please. And again, if you could identify any individuals you recognize.
Yeah, that's same picture, same angle, and it seems that it is Eric Chevalier standing in the background, who was the special assistant to Berna Kushner, who would be with him almost exclusively all the time.
Thank you. Mr. President, I tender these pictures into evidence.
Any objection?
What's it?
No, Your Honor.
DHT 00894 to DHT 00898 is admitted.
Your Honors, this document will receive exhibit number 1D00150. Classification is public.
Thank you. Mr. President, I need to move into private session at the request of a provider for the next portion.
Madam Court Officer, please move us into private session.
Your Honors, we're now in public session.
Thank you very much. Witness, one final subject with you. If we could have on the screen Exhibit P1225, please. 12. That's what I said. And this is a memo of the 25th of October, 1999, which you drafted. Do you see that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And do you recall this memo?
Yes, I do.
Okay. You discuss it in your witness statement at paragraph 66. Is that correct?
Yeah, I discussed it. I don't know if it's on 66.
Yes. I'm sure I'll be corrected if I'm wrong. So, yes, I'm suggesting to you that that's the paragraph. If we go to page 2 of this document, section 5. And we can read your comments there. It says, the meeting in Banja, Baye, illustrated once again that the traditional social hierarchy of rural Kosovo was toppled since the UÇK emerged. The elders today come only second after the former UÇK commanders, who they respect. If Çeliku comes into the house, I stop talking. And then you report, Çeliku in private talks, what I say is law around here. Clearly calls the shots in the area from Klečka to Banja and Pagarusa, his former commanding zone. And as I say, you discuss this, the meaning of this in your witness statement at paragraph 66. What did you understand him to mean when he said, I am the law around here?
That he was calling the shots in the region, in the area, that he was the authority.
And did you have an understanding of why he was the authority?
Because of his nimbus as the probably regional commander of the UCK at the time.
And that would have been in the area, as you said in the memo, from Klečka to Banja and Pagarusa. Is that correct?
This was my assessment at the time, yes.
Okay. Just one moment, Mr. President. Thank you very much, witness. That concludes my cross-examination, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Misicic. We'll take the break now at this time, and then you will be up next, Mr. Emerson. Please escort the witness out. So we'll take a 10-minute break, and then we'll begin with Mr. Emerson's cross-examination.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated, please. Madam Usher, you can bring the witness in. All right, witness, Mr. Emerson, representing the Vasily defense, will have questions for you. Go ahead, Mr. Emerson, it's your witness.
Thank you. Mr. Keckert, I have very few questions for you, directed to what may seem a rather minor point of detail, but concerns the dates, respectively, of your meeting with Mr. Kadri Vasily, your first, as you described it, meeting of contact with the KLA, or a representative of the KLA, and what you described as the second meeting, at which Mr. Vasily was present together with somebody that you identified as number 3. Can I ask you, first of all, when you compiled your reports to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs from the embassy, would you write them in manuscript or typewritten straight onto the page? Do you remember?
You mean whether I was typewriting in the meetings?
Yeah, no. I'm sorry. When you were compiling your confidential reports from the embassy to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, obviously they came from the ambassador as the signatory, with you as the desk officer. My question was, how were those reports physically compiled? Are you able to help with that?
Most of the time, especially in the beginning, I would then go back to Belgrade,
yes,
to the embassy, and write them there. But I also had a laptop. We had actually, from the beginning of July, rented a house in Pristina. We, as the Austrian embassy, because the Belgrade government did not allow a EU presence. And there I was, that was also my local headquarters, if you like. So I had a laptop connected to a Nokia phone and a special device to code it.
Sure. So you would type it directly into the laptop, then it would be encoded automatically and then decoded.
Decoded in our embassy in Belgrade and then channeled into our internal network which we had between our embassies and headquarters.
And can I ask you, had you ever experienced any occasion when details had become jumbled in that process or not?
No.
The reason I'm asking you these questions is because in order to reconstruct the dates of those 2 particular meetings, you have used 2 documents, I think. One was an ECMM report confirming the date of your first meeting on the 10th of July with Mr. Vasily, and a separate document, one I think compiled by you but signed by the ambassador, so to speak, dated the 24th of July, Belgrade. Those were the 2 documents you used.
Yeah, the first one, the ECMM report. So I apparently haven't written a report of the 10 or just before 10 July meeting with between Ambassador Rohan, Secretary General Rohan, and number 7. So they refreshed my memory with the ECMM report, and that's how I was able, I think, to reconstruct the sequences of the meetings.
And in fact, were you aware that the meeting with Mr. Rohan and yourself, with Mr. Vasily, was recorded as the result of a press statement in coeditory? In other words, the date was confirmed by publication in the media. Was that something you were aware of?
No.
Very well. Well, we perhaps don't need to look at the media, but it seems clear, at least to you, at this stage, that is the correct date for the meeting with Mr. Vasily.
After having seen the ECMM report, I believe so.
I think you acknowledged that when you were giving a statement to the ICTY in the Limai case, you had said that the second meeting was within a day or two of the first and was in the same building and was to that extent a follow-on.
The same building, this is true, because that I do remember. I got the sequence wrong. This is what I discovered by being presented by the ECMM cable. And as I tried to explain today, this idea of having an immediate meeting after a first meeting where Ambassador Rohan was present was then probably the one I had with Jakub Krenici and others after the failed attempt to bring Ambassador Rohan and the Troika of the EU to meet the KLA.
But again, and I don't mean this in any sense disrespectfully, that is you trying now to remember how your memory could conflict with the documents. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And if we look back at your memory, as far as we can understand it, and I appreciate it's 25 years, well, at one point you were clear that both of those meetings had happened before the outbreak of violence in Rehoboth. Do you remember that?
I don't know whether it was at least before the conflict in Orachovic became hot. I mean, there were already at the time when I was meeting, there were already, I think, skirmishes in the outside, and I remember that I met a UCK fighter who was talking about being in the outskirts and having had some clashes in Orachovic.
That was at the time of the first or the second meeting?
Probably the second meeting.
But was the situation, as far as you could tell, in Malyshevo, had it reached a stage where 20,000 refugees had fled from Orachovic to Malyshevo at the time of these meetings?
No, the time of these meetings, this was a flourishing little town with people, peddlers on the streets, selling things. It was full of people.
Could we call up, please, SPO E00329166, 002329167. This is a report of the EU observer mission, dated the 23rd of July, the date you now think the second meeting took place, 2 weeks after the first. Mm-hmm. Can you see under the word, if we just move the page up, under the word security, the first full paragraph, the observer mission, this is halfway down, reported Serb police checkpoints at 60-metre intervals, the length of the main road that runs through Orachovic, that also had many damaged houses. Orachovic is deserted after its population of 20,000 reportedly fled to Malyshevo. Does that accord with your recollection of circumstances in that building and in the town as you've just described them, that there were 20,000 odd refugees flooding into Malyshevo at the time of the second meeting?
I couldn't confirm the number logically, but it was full of people, yes. Malyshevo.
Yes, I understand it was full of people, but was it full of refugees with nowhere to live, or was it, you said it was a thriving...
I could not tell because I was driving in, I was, had a prep talk, if you so like, or they checked me out, and then I had a meeting within a building, and the building itself was not full of refugees.
And was the position different at the time of the second meeting from the time of the first meeting, in that security sense? Or was it the same at the time of both meetings, as far as you could see?
No, but Orachovic must have happened because they were mentioning, I think, where it was afterwards.
I I understand the difficulties. You say Orahovac must have happened before the first meeting, or before the second meeting, or before both of them?
No, it was certainly after the first meeting. And then the question is where exactly it happened. But judging by this report, it must have been about this day.
I mean, pause with me on what might be said to be a hypothesis, but let me put it to you this way. If the date in your report of the 23rd that you'd recorded was wrong, if that date was wrong, would your memory be any different than it was in the Limai case?
I don't understand your question.
Well, my point is, you, as you told Mr. Misetic, you have no independent recollection of these dates.
Of course not. Who remembers exact dates
exactly.
26 years ago?
Exactly. But you were very clear, I think, in your evidence in the Limai case that there was only a matter of a day or two between the two meetings. And that was something that you said not only in your witness statement, but also in your sworn testimony in Limai.
That is true.
And if you hadn't been shown the document with the 23rd of July, that is still what you would think, correct?
Probably.
Yes. So if there were a misrecording of that date, we would still be in the position we were in the Limai case. Is that right?
But we have a document from ECMN
and we need to rely, you say, on the accuracy of that date.
Documents, also my own reports, are more reliable than a memory after 26 years.
Well, this is what I wanted to ask you about, because you were questioned briefly on this by Mr. Misetic. He took you to one passage of your testimony in Limai, page 694, in which you said, quote, "These meetings were interrupted as since sort of mid-July 1998, the Serbian forces launched an offensive." So what you were telling the Limai court then was that both meetings were before the Serbian offensive.
Seems so.
And if I can just take you briefly to what you said at page 669. I don't need to pull it up, but for the note, it's P01209, page 669. You've just been giving evidence about the first meeting, and then you were asked, Mr. Kickett, when we finished yesterday, we were finishing with your first meeting with the KLA. Sometime in late July, I think you said, 98. When was the next time you met with members of the KLA? Answer, I believe it was just the very next day when I again went to Malyshevo, and this time on my own, without the Secretary General, who left Kosovo already. So your clear recollection then was you'd gone with the Secretary General to the first meeting. He had then left Kosovo, and that the second meeting was, you thought, just the very next day. Now, obviously, there's a very significant difference between a meeting one day after the other in the same building, following, as you said, up the chain of command, in your understanding of the numbers, and an interval of 2 weeks or so. But as far as you're concerned now, what does your memory tell you?
The memory can only base on the documents, and as I tried, the confusion I had is that when the Secretary General came the second time with the EU Troika and had left, the day after they had left the second time, the Secretary General, then I did have the second meeting. That was my confusion at the time, and I think through the documents, I believe that this has now been sorted out.
Could we pull up P01226, please, which is the unredacted portion of the notes that were taken of your corrections when you met with Mr. Kapin on the 17th and 18th of May. And if we can look, please, at paragraph 5 of those notes. So that's very recent. The lines I've just read to you were the lines that are there referred to, where you said the meeting, the second meeting was, you thought, the very next day. And your response or your correction to that was the meeting with Hashim Thaçi and Qadri Vasili took place on or about the 9th or 10th of July.
No, this is wrong. This was only read to me, so this was the meeting with Qadri Vasili. That was the single meeting with number 7. The Hashim Thaçi and Qadri Vasili, that was later, where I met number 3.
Yes. No, I understand that's what you say now in relation to the record that you found or that's been shown to you. But we all know sometimes there are typing or date errors that creep into documents. My question is simply this. Just a very short time ago, you were asked to comment on your evidence in Limai in relation to both the first and the second meeting, when you say they were almost a day after the other. And the recorded answer that Mr. Kaplan read back to you, you said, is that the meeting with the two of them took place on the 9th or the 10th and not the 22nd.
No.
Was that your recollection at the time you spoke to Mr. Kaplan?
No, it was the meeting with Qadri Vasili because the ECMM report was dated 10 July. Mm-hmm. So either the meeting took place the day before, the 9th of July, or the 10th of July when the cable was dated. For the meeting with number 3 and number 7, Mr. Thaçi and Qadri Vasili, I had my own report, which was dated and exactly when this meeting took place. So there is no confusion about that because it's my own report. But if you ask me today which dates I met somebody 26 years ago, of course I would not remember, hadn't I gotten the documents.
Yes, and so just to be clear, finally, when this was read back to you, this piece of text by Mr. Kaplan, as a correction to your testimony in Limai, which clearly states that both meetings must have happened on or around the 9th or 10th, did you not correct Mr. Kaplan at that stage?
I must have not gotten it. I must have only heard that the meeting with Qadri Vasili must have taken place around the 9th or 10th of July, because that was the big difference to my prior statements, as you have read them out in the Limai case.
So would you agree with me that the position that we arrive at, therefore, is that your memory and your records do not coincide?
Yes.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Emerson. Mr. Roberts?
Thank you, Your Honour. If you just bear with me for 1 minute just to get myself ready.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Kickett. My name is Jeff Roberts. I represent Mr. Recep Salimi. I think, with a bit of luck, I should be able to address all my questions in the last half hour of the day. We're due to finish at 4:30, and I know you've been very concise in your answers. Obviously, please wait for a gap after I finish, but hopefully we should be able to get through them. Now, first of all, the first set of questions just relates to the one meeting on the 5th of March 1999 that you were shown the video of earlier and the transcript to orientate yourself, and that was with yourself, Mr. Petric, Mr. Pools, and then Suleiman Salimi, Rami Bouya, Recep Salimi, Jakub Krasniqi, and Fatmir Limai. You recall all of that, don't you?
Yes.
Now, I can show you the video, but it's easier if you remember. At the beginning, Suleiman Salimi introduces people from the KLA side, does he not, to you?
Yeah.
And that was the first time you'd seen Recep Salimi, was it not?
I believe so.
He wasn't part of the delegation in Rambouillet.
He was certainly not part of the official delegation. It could be that he was around. There were also, but I don't know with certainty, because there were advisors who had, if you like, day passes to come into the castle. But I don't think that he was among them.
And you hadn't seen him at any meetings in '98 or earlier in '99, had you?
Not that I'm aware of.
And we know that the issue that was to be discussed at this meeting was in large part the dissolution of the KLA in the context of the Rambouillet agreement. Now, the meeting was serious, but it was friendly, wasn't it?
Yes, we have built up a trusted relationship with the KLA.
And that meant you could have straight and direct discussions and transparent discussions without there being offence taken or anyone getting upset, if I can use that terminology.
I think that Ambassador Pauls from Germany was pretty straightforward.
He was indeed quite direct in that meeting, yes. And from the side of the KLA, there were obviously some individuals who were at Rambouillet, and I would suggest that was Mr. Krasniqi, I believe, and Mr. Bouya, but then there were three others, Mr. Limay, Suleiman Salimi, and Recep Salimi, none of whom were at Rambouillet. And that's consistent with your understanding and recollection, is it not?
It is consistent with my recollection.
And it's fair, is it not, to say, and I think maybe I can just quote what Mr. Limay says, that he's actually curious and looking for a bit more information about what's happening at the negotiations, isn't he? I'll just quote a little bit of the transcript and to orientate you. So this is page 6 of 061427-08-TR. Mr. Fatmir Limay, if I'm allowed by my commander, but I will have once again to express my thanks for your engagement on Kosovo's issue. Our delegation that was in Rambouillet since the day they have returned up to present days they worked and they tried to tell us about the event, about how the events unfolded at Rambouillet's conference. So they're trying, his understanding, or what he's saying to you, is that the members of the delegation are trying to inform them as to what happened, and that he's supportive, or expressing his thanks, sorry, for your support during that conference. That's consistent with your recollection of events, isn't it?
Well, I mean, this is the transcript, what it says, and I don't have any concrete memory of what everybody said.
Fair enough, yes. And we do have the advantage, obviously, of the video and the transcript, so there's not, it's more the context and the feeling as to what exactly was going on at the time. And when Mr. Recep Salimi was talking about the dissolution of the KLA, or wanting that dissolution not to be part of the agreement, that was a position that was put forward by others as well as him, wasn't it? It's not just him who was an outlier. That was a relatively consistent position put forward by a variety of KLA members who wanted the KLA to continue after Rambouillet.
I think yes, but in that meeting he was the most straightforward.
Yes. But the position wasn't unreasonable in the circumstances, was it?
I think there was a big concern for the KLA to disband themselves, yes.
And I think Ambassador Petric had mentioned in the meeting that obviously, you know, if and when Kosovo would become independent, or if Kosovo would become independent, they'd be entirely entitled to maintain their own army. And it was more a question of, if I can use a term that I don't particularly like, but sequencing, in the sense that that wasn't something they could ask for now, because that would threaten to blow up the agreement.
That was also what Ambassador Paul said. It's just politically not feasible. And we were in a certain set of constraints in which we had to work in.
Understood. And so you were asking the KLA to be pragmatic at that situation?
Absolutely.
And ultimately, that was what happened, wasn't it? Mr. Salimi wasn't against the Rambouillet agreement in general. He was willing and interested in discussing this aspect of it, or this aspect of the negotiations as they'd got to at that stage?
The effect was that the Kosovo Albanian delegation was able to sign off to the Rambouillet Agreement in Paris thereafter.
And to your knowledge, there was no opposition and there was support from Mr. Recep Selimi in relation to that?
I suppose so, that the KLA was supporting this agreement in the end of the day. So there was a different attitude of the leadership compared to the last days in Rambouillet and the Paris agreement, the Paris meeting.
Thank you. And just in the context of him trying to convince you or discuss with you the need for maintaining an army, he being Mr. Recep Selimi, made a couple of comments about the status of the army at the time. I just want to read these to you. So one is at page 9 of the transcript of the interview. So for the record, sorry, transcript of the meeting. For the record, that's 061427-08. Mr. Recep Selimi is saying, I don't see a Kosovo and its people without an army, because KLA has its units already and it has a hierarchy. And as a very young army, it has achieved very much and being very professional. And then the other page is page 12. And this is where Mr. Recep Selimi says, talking about the issue of Palestine and comparison to Palestine, if Palestine seeks the independence for 30 years, the process of the development of KLA cannot be understood as going backwards. And I don't think that this process can go back once again. And also, its war is not just a guerrilla war either, but it's an organized one by an organized army. So Mr. Selimi is trying to demonstrate to you how organized the KLA is at that point. Is that something you agree with?
Yes, and I'm sure that the KLA at that time was much more organized than it was in the summer or spring of 1998. It was also visible by their equipment, and it was also reported by military attachés and by the observers on the ground.
But he also certainly had an interest in convincing you how organized it was even then, didn't he, if he was trying to convince you that they should be allowed to maintain it?
Yeah, I mean, I think if I now try to put myself into his shoes, they have, from their point of view, come a long way in establishing the KLA as a much more professional military entity. And it was, of course, for them difficult to give it up, but this was the condition which was stipulated in the Rambouillet Accords, because there could only be one security force, and that will be NATO in the form of KFOR.
Yes, and apologies, my question may have not been quite so clear, but the suggestion I'm putting to you is that he would have an interest in exaggerating that level of organization in order to convince you, and you being the international community, of the right or the need to maintain that army. He had an interest in making those comments and in exaggerating that level of organization, in the same way as I believe you answered to Mr. Misetic earlier in relation to 1998. Is that a proposition you agree with?
I think there was circumstances were different in 98, because in 98 they were not as organized and not as structured and equipped as they were in 99. In 99, when we had that meeting, it was all about disbanding the KLA, and I don't know whether it made sense to exaggerate their organizational structure at that time, because what for? In 98, it was for the purpose of having a bigger stake in a Kosovo negotiation team. And here we were in 99 where the KLA had the head of delegation of the Rambouillet Kosovo Albanian delegation already.
Okay.
And were the ones which were on which the agreement was hinging.
But even in this discussion, he's merely asking for, and I think this is page 9, that the issue of whether the army should be or could be retained should be discussed in more detail. So that's the bottom of page 9. He wasn't making any ultimatums or demands. He merely wanted to have a frank and open discussion with you as to what the situation was.
And I repeat, I think Ambassador Pauls was very direct in saying that this is a red line.
Understood. And just in terms of the notebook, again, I won't ask you to describe holes or paper clips on the notebook, but everyone had a notebook at that meeting, I think, didn't they?
Yes, I even saw that I had a notebook, and somewhere in some box in some closet, I might find it in another 25 years.
And you couldn't see what was being written on the notebook in front of Mr. Salimi, either in the video or at the time because of where you were sitting, I presume.
I was focused on taking my own notes.
And so, obviously, in your understanding, there's no significance by the fact that he was taking notes. Everybody was taking personal notes to be clear as to what the position was advocated at that meeting.
I saw now on the video that also Mr. Krasniqi took notes, and we were also presented by journalists who were present. They certainly also took notes.
Now, there was one issue that you discussed with Mr. Misetic, and that's about UNMIK and their inability, or the fact they were overwhelmed, I think was your word, and I won't go back into that. And I know, I think you arrived at the end of July or beginning of August as one of the political advisors, was that right?
Yes, I would think it was beginning of August.
And at that point, are you aware of whether UNMIK had set up any justice system at that stage in order to assess whether individuals were being properly detained by KFOR or by any other entities within Kosovo?
I'm pretty certain that there wasn't any judicial system by that time. We were struggling, in this case UNMIK, struggling first of all to establish what is the applicable law. And that the first step to that was the mother of all, if you like, UNMIK laws, which had to first state which is the applicable law. And there was a back and forth. Would you reinstate the legal framework of the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia from before the autonomy of Kosovo was abrogated? So this was something the lawyers were dealing with.
And this was towards the end of July that this was, I think, UNMIK regulation number 1 was passed, is that right? And it was only after that that a framework was instituted, to your knowledge, to be able to make any assessments of legality?
Slowly built up. And that was the crux of it, because the Kosovo Albanians were asking for justice, and we as the international community were not in a position to give it.
And were you aware of any issues of people being detained by KFOR up until that point without that specific legal basis then?
Yes, there were some detentions, and if you like, absurd situation of UNMIK is that the SRSG, Mr. Kushner, was both government, both the highest legal authority. So he was executive, judiciary, and controlled it all in itself.
So there was no independent review at all of any, at that stage, of these detentions?
Yes, I think I remember that there was a big question how to handle these detainees, on which legal basis they were detained.
But obviously, to your knowledge, while that was being worked out, KFOR continued to detain them.
Yeah, Again, I was not the liaison to K4, and I was not dealing with security issues.
Thank you. And just on one final issue, and that's something that came up in your preparation note, your second preparation note. I'll just read the ERN for the record, which is 121129, and paragraph 6, where you're shown an extract from a book talking about a meeting involving Wolfgang Petrich. Maybe if we could just put it up on the screen so you can see it, it's a bit easier. So that's preparation note 2, paragraph 6, page 2. So the ERN of that would be 121130. So if we just scroll down a little bit to paragraph 6, there we go. Do you remember discussing that with the prosecution? That might just help you to orientate. I can put the actual extract on the screen as well. To help you, it was when you were shown an extract.
So I'm witness 02144?
Yes, yes. I hope I'm not violating your own protective measures to tell you that. So that's what you told the SPO when you were shown this extract of a book. And the extract was talking about a meeting involving an individual with Wolfgang Petrich and the German ambassador in Belgrade, Wilfried Gruber.
Yeah.
Do you remember being shown that?
Yes, now I've been being shown that, yes.
And you said in this preparation note, it was unlikely that Ambassador Petrich went anywhere in Kosovo without you.
That is true.
And so just
But I couldn't specifically remember that situation with Ambassador Gruber and Ambassador Petrich.
That's what I mean, yes. Is it possible that that's therefore an error in the book or a mistake? Because if it's unlikely that Ambassador Petrich went anywhere in Kosovo without you, you would logically have remembered that meeting, I presume.
I don't remember everything which happened 26 years ago.
Understood. Understood. Your Honour, I actually have probably come to the end now. I would prefer, if possible, just to have a quick review of my notes, because we did go slightly quicker on some issues than I was hoping. So just to be sure that I don't have anything else for tomorrow morning, I hope I won't make Mr. Krasniqi, Counsel for Mr. Krasniqi, start now, but I don't think I have anything more, but if possible, I just wouldn't mind being able to check overnight.
I was going to ask for Your Honour's indulgence to start in the morning in any event.
You only get 10 minutes. No, yes, we'll start tomorrow morning with you. That will give Mr. Roberts an opportunity to look at his notes, and you can start and have a straight through time period. Are you 1.5 hours, did you say, or 1 hour?
I think 2.
2, okay.
Thank you, Your Honour. And thank you, witness.
Witness, as you can hear, you're going to have to come back tomorrow. But we will no doubt finish with you tomorrow. Thank you for being with us. You are excused from the courtroom now. Please don't discuss this matter with anyone outside of the courtroom. If someone approaches you, please let us know. Thank you again. All right, unless anybody has something to bring up, we are finished for the day. Oh, yes.
I'm sorry. I was just wondering if we could find out if the last witness for this week will be available for tomorrow, as it looks like we're going to complete this witness.
That was my next question, too. We have a witness for tomorrow?
Yes, we do, Your Honor. Yes.
Is there any backup for beyond that?
No.
Okay, because we're going to be wasting a day again. Okay, we'll deal with that later. So thank you for bringing that up, Ms. O'Reilly. We are adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.
All rise.